Yeah, my mom did a night shift. For this week, yeah, football. Yeah,
Well, congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, it's super fun.
Oh,
They sleep a lot right now because they're so little. They're only 2 weeks old.
yeah.
But as they grow, they will stay awake longer. Then that's when they start to party.
It's hard at 3 months because he can't sit up or anything.
Right.
Okay, he didn't like that anymore.
Right.
So you're like, but now he's sitting up, kinda, and then falling over, but at least he can grab things. So
Yeah.
it's much easier to entertain 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, it gets better, then they start crawling, and then they start walking, and you know, it's a process,
Well, the resolution. Yeah.
but just enjoy.
Right there. I have. Turn it.
And then.
Does it get you wings or it's just a gate?
And then get
No.
you
In
know,
and out.
which is good.
We don't-
Then they know what's going on and sometimes they can help the resident before we even get there.
No.
And it makes things easier.
Oh, that's.
Yeah,
I.
we need to get it to Windows. So we can.
Call to orders for the Rainbow Municipal Water District Board of Directors meeting for December 9th, 2025. Roll call, please.
President Hamilton,
Here.
Dr. Mack,
Here.
Dr. Townsend Smith,
Here.
Dr. Hoffman,
Here.
Dr. Irvine.
Here.
There's a form, thank you.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda?
None from staff.
Any from the board? No. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Irvine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Public comment. Any person may address the board at this time on any subject not identified on this agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Rainbow Municipal Water District. However, any matter that requires action will be referred to staff for a report and action at a subsequent board meeting. As to matters on the agenda, if a request of a public comment is received, an opportunity will be given to address the board when that matter is considered. I have currently 2 speaker slips, one from Pam Moss that we'll take in just a minute, and a second from Rick Carey, which will be on item 10H. Members of the public may make comments in person by submitting a speaker slip to the board secretary virtually through virtual or teleconference options, or by submitting an email to Therese Cantar at RMWD no later than midnight the day before the posted meeting date. Comments shall be made in an orderly manner, and profanity, slander, or abusive language which is disruptive to the meeting will not be tolerated. Individuals have a limit of 3 minutes to make comments and will have an opportunity when called upon by the presiding officer. Pam, would you like to?
It's way too high for me. Hi, I wanted to come and say something about Robert Gutierrez and the crew. I was on Lakemont And I had just purchased the property and suddenly Sunday afternoon before a dinner party, I had no water. But I do commend the crew. They did an amazing job. They worked their hearts out for almost 3 days and without stop. And they kept checking on me and worried about me and providing water. And I think I commend them and I want everyone to be aware of the great job they did and the hard work that they accomplished.
Thank you. Committee meeting summaries, Budget and Finance Committee.
Yes, so I'm going to fill in for Flint today. He wasn't able to make it. There was a couple of items at the Budget and Finance Committee. There are items F regarding the wastewater rates. And then also the two awards that you're going to hear about, the GFOA awards for the budget and the annual comprehensive financial report. They were all reviewed by the committee and recommended for approval by the board. Those were the items that were on the Budget and Finance.
Engineering and Operations Committee.
On that one, we have a couple of items. The committee reviewed item 9. D, which is the update to our agreements for as-needed construction management inspection services. And also item 10. 10G, the approval of a change order to our Dura for engineering support services. Both of those were recommended by the committee for approval.
Communications and Customer Service Committee.
Hi, everyone. It's been a while since we met as a committee. We've been going every other month, which has been working full for us. So we last met on November 18th, and we had a very packed agenda in there. We went over ag grants for customers. So we've been working diligently to explore new opportunities for our agricultural customers through the Fruit Guys Community Fund. There was a $5,000 grant that we promoted in our most recent newsletter. We continued with the regional crop swap program and are working on a new plant pilot program through metropolitan funding that will roll out in the spring. We also went over some public communications, our 3 articles that were featured in the Village News, and a strategic communications update where we reviewed the latest progress we've made in Q1 of fiscal year 26. We have a digital media policy that we've put together and the committee was able to review. We've done website updates, expanded our outreach significantly, and going forward into Q2, we'll work on our customer service feedback survey, building on our designs, rolling out more of our branding, updating for 2026. One of the biggest items we discussed was our water use efficiency update and the introduction of AB 1572. This is the non-functional turf law that was passed down. It's going to roll out in phased implementation starting next January 2027. We are taking a more educational approach to contact our local agencies, school sites, HOAs, commercial partners to let them know about the ordinance, giving them plenty of time to prepare, and then also introducing our turf replacement program through MET, where they currently can receive $7 a square foot to replace their turf. So that's really key here, is pushing out that information. That program will end on March 1st and gives them until September 30th to complete. After that point, any applications that are sent through MET will be reduced down to $4 a square foot.
Was there a limit for that? How many square foot?
Right now, it's a free-for-all, so we do want you to take advantage of this. There is a limit set on there for commercial and residential, and that's specified on the Metropolitan website when you do submit an application through SoCal WaterSmart. Yeah. But the reason for the large incentive is because it's a stacked savings combined with the County of San Diego and Metropolitan.
What a deal.
A digital media policy. We are aligning our strategic communications plan to amplify efforts by setting up guidelines for how to use social media. So we presented to the committee, why were you going to create these guidelines? They gave us some feedback on how we should be using it, conducting online meetings, personal use, general use. A lot of this research was guided by recent stories in the news, some of our neighboring agencies having some challenges with social media. So we want to make sure that we are covering all areas. The committee gave feedback. We sent it to legal for review. They gave feedback as well. Staff is attending a social media training tomorrow at Rancho Water. So after we attend that meeting, we're going to go ahead and implement some of those strategies and then hopefully bring it to you in January so that we can get this adopted so we can full on roll out our social media plan. And then gave an update on our website. So in 2026, we're adopting accessibility compliance that is required. It is a DOJ rule for special districts that must achieve WCAG 2.1 level A and AA compliance with their website. So this means that we have to make everything accessible on our website, not just videos and photos, but also all the documents that we post. So everything from our agendas, reports have to be accessible for anyone who has a disability or an impairment. This will give equitable access to all site visitors, and documents will be transcribed, searchable, will have language translation. The best solution after a lot of research and internal audit was to implement a new kind of SAS, service as a software, through our website host Streamline. It's called Doc Access. It's going to make us fully compliant once we have everything in place so that we no longer have to worry about any future litigation for documents that are not compliant. What that means for you, when you open up a document on our website, you will be able to quickly go through and search, change the language, do a keyword search in a PDF. Anyone visiting that has a cognitive, hearing, or visual impairment will have a feature to translate everything. So it'll either read it back to you, or you can actually, through this wonderful application, have assistance on the phone if you can't understand something. So we're really excited to roll this out.
Are you using AI for that?
This platform was especially designed by Streamline, our website partner, and they are using a OCR, so that is the optical character recognition program. And then they're also implementing regular updates so that we are fully compliant in all areas of disability. So they reference anyone with like a hearing impairment or visual impairment so that we're staying up to date on the latest technology. And then further updates, we're going to go over update on our FAQ page, adding a public comment form, a communication survey. So we're just going to keep moving forward with updates to our website so that we're giving the most accurate information for our customers. Events, we added several new events this year and closed out this last quarter with a bang. We had events at the North County Fire Open House, a second blood drive. Staff attended the Bonsall High School Academy Speakers Bureau program, where we spoke to students in individual classrooms about careers in the water industry and how you can translate that over from cybersecurity, engineering, leadership, legal, media, communication. And right now we are hosting our holiday food and toy drive with Fallbrook Food Pantry and the Boys and Girls Clubs of North County. So our last day to donate is on Friday. So if you'd like to donate food or any toys, we have boxes in the lobby available. The December newsletter, we focused on keeping our waterways clean, highlights from our general manager for our top workplaces award, year-end review, and holiday updates on office hours. We put out 12 community newsletters this year and 3 quarterly newsletters for our non-metered residents. So we want to keep our information as transparent as possible and give people the most bang for their buck in these newsletters. We work really hard to research and write content that is informative and helpful to our customers. And last but not least, we have our feature in San Diego Union Tribune as a top workplace for the 5th consecutive year in a row. We were the only public agency in the small companies category, and we ranked 15th there. So that's a huge climb from the year prior.
What was the year prior?
The year
22nd
I
or
believe
something?
It was 20 seconds.
Yeah, some
Yes.
kind of 22nd.
Yeah, we've slowly crept up the list every
In the-
single year.
3 to 4 years that we've been in the program, it's been like 28, 22, now 15. So we've constantly
Yeah.
gotten,
And that's all based on, we do an internal survey. So it's kind of the workplace experience by our employees,
employees
right?
ranking us.
This is
that out.
their feedback, kind of an extensive questionnaire, and we give some open-ended questions too. And that really kind of is the goal behind the whole thing, is for us to, it's kind of the leadership to get feedback from the employee base and really make changes. And we do that on an annual basis, right? Start to address those things. But it's nice, if your results come in good enough, like you're operating a good workplace, that's where you land in that list. So it's a nice award to get.
And it helps us with recruitment.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, have we ever thought of getting an app? For like Rancho Water on our phone where I can pay, I can, see, biographies on people and their profiles.
It's been in discussion. We've talked about it. It's a little bit more complicated.
Our website is getting so good. It just seems like we could do something, I'm
That would
sure
be
it's
a
not
med.
easy.
So,
Careful what you ask for. It
No.
all becomes
No,
an
it's-
excellent recruiting source.
actually so our website has the ability to adjust to a mobile device. So if you do visit our website on your device, you can see everything that's on the website and be able to pay your bill off the website. There is, if we wanted to like wrap that up into an app, if we wanted to have it downloaded and so on.
Is that hard?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, Southern California Edison does.
Well, I went to Apple and I typed in Rainbow and nothing came up.
We have what's called responsive design. So our website automatically adjusts to the size of your screen. So any type of tablet or mobile device, desktop, it's going to automatically adjust the width and the height so that you get maximum viewability of the content.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Consent calendar. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I skipped that little one at the bottom. Sorry, Constantine. Recognition of Government Finance Officers Association GFOA awards for fiscal year 2026, budget and fiscal year 2024, annual comprehensive financial report. Constantine?
Thank you, President Hamilton. This is more awards that we're receiving, and it's a really good one. So we received 2 at the same time from Government Finance Officer Association. First one is for our beautiful budget book that we printed and put together for 2026. And that one received an award. We submitted it to GFOA. And the second award is for annual comprehensive financial report. Those are with all the audited statements for 2024. And budget book we've been receiving, this is the 10th one. So we've been receiving for 10 years in a row. And for ACFR, I think it was the 5th one that we received. And it's really good that we participate in those awards. It helps with improving of our credit ratings whenever we applying for example, for SRF loans or for we have a lot of loans. So we do want to look really good for lenders and get favorable terms. So they look at that as well. And plus it shows transparency and good look for a public, and that we follow all those, not just following GAP standards, but going above. And this is considered best practices nationwide. And each book goes through 3 different peer review persons. They would look at each section of the book. There's 27 sections, and they rank it from 1 to 3. And then you have to score a certain amount of points to be able to. And so we've been able to achieve those for 10 years in a row. So I think it's an excellent accomplishment. And I want to thank the finance staff to paying attention to detail, putting extra hours, and then all the district staff as well, communications and printing the book and putting nice pictures together. So everything those available on our website. We always upload them, and then we do see there's public uploads them periodically and reviews those items. So yeah, really.
I think we called it the big, beautiful budget
Big
book,
Beautiful
right?
That's right.
No, it is really good. And I think it just makes, you know, the GFOA every year, they're always kind of pushing those standards up too, right? As kind of best practices improve. And so it is really good to make sure you're not just kind of stuck in a rut, but you're always kind of pushing towards, you know, more transparency, more, you know, more detail in our budget book. It's actually amazing that that budget book is on the on the website. And if you want to know anything about the district budget, it's basically in there. I mean, it goes into great detail about, you know, our department level budgets and everything. So so anyways, but yeah, kudos to the finance staff. They did a great job.
Jake, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, congratulations to Constantine. He had twins 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
So he's been working really catching up and no, I'm so
Thank
excited
you.
to hear about
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Double trouble.
Yes.
2 weeks old.
One boy, one girl.
Oh, okay. Even worse.
See, the girl.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you. Consent calendar. Consent calendar items are expected to be routine and non-controversial to be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. If any board, staff member, or interested person requests an item be removed from the calendar, it shall be removed so that it may be acted upon separately. Is there any objection to considering all items as specified?
So move. Second.
Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by Director Mack. I do have a question for edification on my part. On item C, the release of the joint lien contract and termination.
Yeah.
Does that mean they're not developing it?
Yeah.
No, this is just for explanation. I'm not objecting to the thing. I just, I don't understand.
The developers are here and I'm going to turn it to them because this was a challenging memo for me to write. So David,
Okay.
you want to step up?
Good afternoon. So the project has been in place since 1999 with a lien contract to guarantee the public improvements for the County of San Diego and the remote Rainbow Municipal Water District. This is our final action on this phase of the project, which is the 165 original units. And we are posting our bonds. They're actually in my car right now. So I'll take this, Mr. Wiley's going to sign this as soon as he can. I'll run it down to the county. We'll go to the county recorder, record this Fifth Amendment, which releases the lien contract, and then post the performance bonds in its place. It's about $11 million.
Shows I know absolutely nothing about real estate.
Go ahead.
Interrupt me if I'm not correct. It takes it from a lien and puts it into bond,
Okay.
and then the development happens.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
should have just wrote that. It was really,
Your fundamental question is, we are awarding the construction contract and we'll start construction on this final phase of the project. There's
So you're
140.
really putting it into an active pot rather than.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Inactive pot. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
We have a motion before the board. All those in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, consider adoption of a resolution honoring Gary T. Arant for his years of dedicated service to the Valley Center Municipal Water District.
Yes, and I think Gary's service expands well beyond even the Valley Center. His service at Valley Center, he's obviously served on the Water Authority Board for many years. Really an advocate up and down the state for a lot of the issues we care a lot about, agriculture and rural, rural districts, our districts. And this is actually a quote from Gary. He says our districts are like twins. You kind of look at the issues and things. So in a way, for 37 years, he's been an advocate for kind of the concerns of this district as well. He's a good friend of mine. And very in a unique career. I mean, it with a couple folks at Aqua last week, and we were trying to come up with, is there anybody that served anywhere near 37 years, almost 37 years as a general manager of one water district, and it was really, really hard to come up with anybody that was anywhere close. So very, very unique career. And like I said, I think he's been a good partner to this district, and yeah, so I think deserving of our appreciation for his long tenured service. So that's what this is about.
Is there any further discussion?
Just to add, Jerry also attends the Farm Bureau Water Committee meetings. He's a wealth within.
Extension.
And Jake's got big shoes to step in. Once a month.
You leaving?
By the way, he isn't going away. He's going to still be involved. According to him at Aqua last week. I move we adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hamilton, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries.
They're on that, Valley Center is going to do something. I think it's January 5th. I'll get back to you on the exact date, but they're gonna do something, and they've invited us, and I told them we were gonna do this resolution today. So perfect. We can kind of deliver it at that time. So if anybody's interested in
I do that.
heading out there and kind of honoring Gary and providing this resolution to him, there'll be an opportunity to do that in January.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Item number B, consider appointment of board officers.
Yeah, so this is every January, or no, every December, which is not January yet. Every December, annually, we appoint, the board appoints new officers. And the intent is to get the officers kind of in place in December. President, vice president, typically, treasurer and district secretary too, which is typically our district secretary and our CFO. But board president, vice president, and really the intent is then we do all the committee appointments and outside representation and things like that in January. So it allows basically the new administration, the new president, vice president to kind of coordinate and see where people fit and where they want to serve and things like that. And just a little more logical process to get, good committees and that together. But today, yeah, and it's really up to the board to decide on a president and vice president for next year.
I'd like to nominate Greg for president.
Any other additional nominations?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Hamilton for president.
I'd like to nominate Lisa Hoffman as vice president.
Michael, were you vice president this year?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to nominate Michael Mack,
For
VP.
VP. Treasurer, I nominate Constantine. And for the secretary, I'd nominate Therese. It's not a requirement, but it's general practice over the years. If anybody has additional nominations. Okay, we have 2 and 2. Do you vote on each one individually? Okay. For board president, all those in favor of Greg Irvine?
We're doing a roll call.
Do you want to do a roll call,
Roll call?
Therese?
My-
That might be better, yeah.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. My apologies. I was going to ask about the second for the motion.
I'm sorry?
The second.
Yes.
For
the
Constantine.
The motion.
Oh, the second for Constantine and Therese.
I'll second.
They were moved by Director Hamilton, seconded by Director Hoffman. Okay. Roll call vote on president
So how do we do that? Or
for
Director Mack,
should we just say who we want? Is that what we do?
do we have a second for the nomination for president?
I'll second it.
I'll second it. Yeah.
I can do roll call vote.
We do this so frequently, it's hard to be. Robert Rules of Order.
Clarify what the action item is on the floor.
The action item is vote for president. It was the nominees are Director Irvine and Director Hamilton. Director Irvine was nominated by Director Hoffman. Director Hamilton was nominated by Director Mack, and Director Irvine seconded the nominations. Correct?
So what do we?
No.
No.
This is.
No, I think you need to take everything in order. I think you need to go one by one
Yeah.
and see where the preponderance of the board is on any one individual. That's how you have to do
Okay.
it. So you just have to go down the list.
Well, just like, I think just like anything, right? And Alfred, please correct me if I'm wrong. If there's a motion, there needs to be a second. If somebody has an alternate, it would be a substitute motion. And so.
Made
it
after
would
the
fall-
vote or before the vote? or-
Well, I think right now you have a couple of differing.
We
options,
have
right?
essentially two motions on the floor.
Yeah. Well, we can only
You're gonna
act
have
on
one
at a time.
motion.
You can only act on one at a time. So
Okay.
I would say, yeah, let's work on the president,
Okay.
board president. We had a motion by Director Hoffman for Director Irvine
Irvine.
and a second by Director Irvine. So that would be your
The motion.
motion that's on the floor.
Okay. And we're going to do roll call vote?
Call vote. Okay. Director Mack,
No.
Director Townsend Smith,
I'm confused.
You're voting
You-
yay
whether
or
or
nay
not
on
you
Director
want-
Irvine for board president.
Oh, yes.
Director Hoffman,
Yes.
Director Irvine,
Yes.
Director Hamilton.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Someone needs a break.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor for Director Hoffman as vice president. That was made by Director Irvine. It was seconded by Director Hoffman.
Did we get a second?
Did we get a second on that?
I don't know that we got a second. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. So seconded by Townsend Smith.
Roll call vote. Yes. Director Mack,
Nay.
Director Townsend Smith,
I'm confused.
This is for
again.
Hoffman. Hoffman for VP.
Oh,
Yay or nay?
oh. No, nay.
Director Hoffman,
Yes.
Director Irvine,
Yes.
Director Hamilton.
Nay.
Motion fails.
So now we have a motion for Director Mack as vice president. That was made by Townsend Smith, seconded by Director Hamilton.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Townsend Smith,
Aye.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine.
No.
No? Nay? Director Hamilton?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. I think we can possibly combine the treasurer and board secretary together as a single motion that was nominated by myself, seconded by Director Hoffman.
Okay.
And that was for Constantine as treasurer and Therese as board secretary.
Okay, roll call. Director Mack,
Yay. Yes.
Director Townsend Smith,
Aye.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine.
Aye.
Director Hamilton.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now, the only question that comes up is the admin code does not specify when you take office.
I think
Is it
historically.
effective immediately or
I think
effective
historically it was effective the next meeting.
meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to get off that fast, huh? Meeting adjourned.
I know what's coming. Okay, item number C, consider approval of the 2026 regular board meeting schedule.
Yes, Therese has put together a great schedule for us for next year, taking into account some of the conferences and such, but it's in the packet as our regular board meeting schedule. It's the same as usual, or fourth Tuesday of the month. So
Jake, do you have a number in our agenda? What page number?
we can,
43.
Oh,
there you go. Yep, 43.
I just have a quick question for agency attorney. If we adopt the schedule, is that schedule fixed for the year? And can it be amended by the board at any point in the future?
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, and we have done so in the past.
okay,
Just
thank you.
You got it.
Can we, is this the time we would, in the discussion, we might make a suggestion or no?
Anytime. It's on topic, sure. Yeah.
Cause I suggest we, in the 9 years I've been here, I really think we need to re-implement November. Because I think going 2 months without having a meeting, then the December meeting is very long and there might be something that should have been important. For example, Gary's thing, we could have done that in November, which then would have been ready for Aqua. You know what I mean? I just think, I'm sure, I don't know why, the reason why we don't have a November meeting.
I do agree with you on this whole subject.
Yeah. Traditionally, it's been because of Thanksgiving is the week of the normal meeting. And doing it on a Tuesday on a holiday week, like Thanksgiving, is as much of a pain. But I do agree, it's a long period to go without having a meeting.
Yeah.
And your thing, for example, to work, for your review, we went from October to December. So I just think maybe the second Tuesday of the month, I don't know, but I just think we should try to add it instead of going 2 months without one.
I agree. And I think second Tuesday would work. We have Veterans Day in there, but that's
Veterans
not
Day's in there.
the
Yeah.
11th.
But that would be Monday.
Yeah. Second Tuesday is typically budget and finance.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah.
We occasionally have joint committee meetings and board meetings.
It's
You
true.
could look at combining those two together.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it. We can, yeah. Board like to add tentatively.
Well, then I even have more to talk about then, since this is open. Can we also bring up the times? Or is that, we can't talk about that?
No, you can talk about anything you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
I brought this up last year and I brought it up the year before, and talking to some constituents and ratepayers, they bring up they cannot come to a 1 o'clock meeting, and talking to some other agencies, this conference, I mean, I was really surprised. Theirs is like at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning, which people couldn't attend that either. But I'd like to see 1 or 2 meetings a year, like at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. Cause then that gives the opportunity, and I know I've heard that no one comes to them at that time. Well, okay, but at least we give an opportunity for the public to be able to make it after work. And I just think we should try as best we can to help as many ratepayers that could come to a meeting, and that's just a suggestion.
I would agree with that. I think there's a lot of justification for that. At the end of the day, most of the community is a working community, and it would be very difficult for them to make 1 o'clock meetings. The only area of disagreement I would have with Director Mack would be having different meetings at different times, because that sort of can get disruptive and people forget which meetings are at night, which meetings are during the day. But in principle, I agree with him. I just think that if we're going to go that route, we set the meeting schedule for a particular time after so-called working hours. And I would even go further as to say that we schedule a closed session before open session so that when we're ready to report out, we're reporting out to the community who's already here during open session. So
Your general counsel may have a conflict.
That's right. If
Ah,
I could be at Rincon at 5. Or
Right.
Tuesday.
Yeah, he's usually heading from here to there. So
So it's exactly the same day. They're on our schedule.
Yeah.
Third. Oh, that's unfortunate.
well, it's convenient.
it was convenient.
Is there any reason we have to meet on Tuesday?
Sure.
That's good.
There's nothing sacred for me about
You
that.
know, if
no.
that's a conflict relative to our legal counsel, should we consider like a Monday, Tuesday meeting? Probably Monday isn't.
Well, then he has to drive 2 days.
Well, we're trying to get him to relocate down here.
I
I don't think any of us should be too concerned with that. I mean, we have to meet when the residents, it's best for the residents.
Yeah.
not
True.
Commuting distances for the attorneys.
I agree.
With all due respect.
Well, just throw this one out there then. If November, we might consider on the second Tuesday, then why not move all our meetings to the second Tuesday? Does that work for you?
Oh,
Well, that's much better. Rincon meets on the second and the fourth Tuesday, but they usually cancel the second Tuesday unless there's something important. So I could have Bill Pellman cover the second Tuesday
Okay.
meetings if that's preferable.
So that's just a suggestion.
Rincon.
Yeah, second Tuesday in November is actually Veterans Day. So.
Oh, it
that's-
is.
Oh, no,
Veterans Day.
Veterans Day was the
Oh,
11th, which is
oh,
Wednesday.
it has to be.
Sorry, I'm looking at 2025.
Yeah.
Sorry. Here we go.
11th is Tuesday, Wednesday. I looked it up.
Yeah, so next year would be good.
So do we need to make a motion here or it's in the,
Is there
Well,
any-
probably-
Well,
I mean,
can we
yeah, have
complete
heard
this
from-
first? Like, we've dialed in second Tuesday. Now can we talk about the time
Sure.
Yeah.
in the evening? Roll them together.
I don't have a problem with any of it. And
No.
I'm retired.
Well,
Me neither.
and that's the point also is that if we want directors that may want to run for office, we kind of limit ourselves to people who aren't committed during the daytime. It opens up the universe of options for people who in the community that may want to run for director, but say, I can't do it because I can't make meetings at 1 o'clock. So this helps in the process as
Yep.
well. And we're not just a board of retirees, so to speak.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah. I would, if we're gonna kind of go down that path, I'll just throw out there, I think that maybe we look at starting closed session at 5 o'clock and open session at 6. That seems to work well.
I think that sounds good, but how do we know closed session is going to take 1 hour?
Sometimes it
It
doesn't.
doesn't, but you can always run over.
Blank?
Yeah,
Yeah, we've run over
you can run,
as much as an hour.
it tightens up closed session for
Sure.
sure, but
Yeah.
you can run
I
over.
would say typically though, we don't run more
More than an hour.
than an hour. Yeah.
And
So while you're going out of your way to make it great for ratepayers, you're making it trouble for your employees who need to attend the meeting.
Right.
are we talking about exempt employees that
Typically,
would typically,
the most
and
part.
typically exempt, so no cost impact, once a month. And we've talked about this. I don't think it's a huge burden. I mean, you may have some, at times, it may drive some overtime and things like that if we do have hourly employees that need to come and present or we're giving recognition to or something like that. It's going to drive some overtime.
Yeah, but don't you have, like in the city, we had like PTO time where, for example, maybe you don't do this. Let's just say Ahmed and Constantine, they're here. And then let's say they're 2-3 hours over what they're supposed to. Can't they take that same time off at a different time? Or don't you allow that?
Comp time, we do have a comp time policy. Typically for exempt though, it's not, I expect them both here at 7. So.
Sometimes has no meaning for exempt employees.
that's at the general manager's discretion.
Yeah. I think it's all workable. From a staff level, I think it's all workable. I think that, you know, the committee meetings that might be more impactful, for at a staff level. But I think if it's board meetings only, and I think that's probably the most important one, I think we can totally support this. So I think it's a good thing.
Okay, so we've discussed second Tuesday evening meetings with the closed session starting at 5 and the regular session starting at 6. Were there any other points that we want to put into a motion?
Just the addition of the November.
Oh,
meeting.
And
addition,
November. So I think we'll take that for action. I think Teresa is probably going to have to go through, because she goes through and take a look at
see
the things,
conflicts and things like that.
conflicts, conferences, you know, things like that, and we'll finalize the dates but we can take that
Okay.
for action. Yeah.
Do that? Sure. Well, can we make then the motion to, finalize to have it Tuesdays at 6 and at 5, or do we have to have Therese go through the calendar so we can actually visually see it? I mean, what's the procedure?
Can we do it as a proposal as opposed to a motion?
I think it's, I think you make a motion in a second, and if there's any, you know, if there's any tweaks that we made, we'll bring it in January.
Okay.
But generally, I think that
Prior to future engagement,
Well, then I'll move.
contingent on future conflicts.
Yep. I'll move that motion that again, we move it to second Tuesday at 5 o'clock. And a closed session would start at 5.
And regular session at 6.
Yes.
And we'll add November contingent on any potential conflicts that may arise. I'll second. Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Hamilton. Reese, did you get all of that?
I did. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item number D, adoption of resolution establishing job classifications and monthly pay raises for district employees and general manager effective December 9th, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
So this is part of our regular salary grade structure. Earlier this year, we did an outside total reward study that included base pay and benefits through an outside consultant, Gallagher. Part of their recommendations was to restructure our hourly pay grade structures to make them closer together and more narrow. So right now they're 45% wide, 15% apart. Their recommendation was to change it to 5% apart and 35% narrow. What that accomplishes for us is it allows us to place each position in the grade that is closer to the market median for the 14 comparator agencies that we used as part of our study. So the resolution before you reestablishes the hourly pay grades with that structure, and each position has been placed based on the recommendations from the consultant, our compensation philosophy to remain competitive, and place them as close as possible to that within 5% of the median. So it does have varying impacts on each position. We've gone through a process of meeting and conferring with the 2 bargaining units involved. So they're aware, and they've had an opportunity to have discussions with us on any impacts. It also eliminates 3 positions that we no longer need. These are positions that were held by people who have retired, and we've replaced it with a lower level position or another structure. So it eliminates 3 positions from the structure, and then it also adds 3 others. It adds an accounting specialist 3, which is just a 3rd level in a series. We have 3 levels in many job classifications, but we didn't for the 3. And we do see an operational benefit to that. It also creates a customer service lead classification, which is to aid Josh, our customer service supervisor, who's now our customer service and meters supervisor. We already have sort of leads in the meters department, but we don't have a similar classification for customer service. So this will mean each of the departments that he supervises has sort of a point person between him and the rest of the team. And then it also creates a senior wastewater utility worker classification, and this will replace the utility 3. So it's more explicitly a lead type of role. So the people that are currently 3s will be reclassified into that role. And this helps with our succession planning because we do know that the supervisor who's been with us well over 30 years is going to retire in the next 5 or so years. So that'll help us prepare any potential internal successors for that. So there are 3 employees who will have a base pay impact as a result of this change because of the more narrow pay grades, those that are very at the beginning part of the pay grade structure, that going from 45% wide to 35% wide will bump them up a little bit. But the total fiscal impact, including all of the roll-up costs, will be less than $20,000 for the first fiscal year, and then compounding costs after that. And those are already accounted for in our budget. So there's no budget adjustments required for that. So are there any questions? Yes.
One question, the financial impact, will it, or on the steps and merits, and then I know you could get Y rated at a certain point. When we go to this scenario, will that escalate? Will it go quicker to the potential?
Well, we don't have steps. We have open ranges. So there will be no impact on how quickly this action has no impact on how quickly someone moves through their range. What it does is it changes the top end of the ranges for the incumbent employees. So they'll either reach the top sooner or later because the top has moved, not because the progression percentage merit, that they go when they get their performance evaluations has changed. That's an MOU process, but by placing them in a new grade, either the top of their range has moved down or the top of their range has moved up. So they'll have, more room to grow before they top out, or they'll top out a little bit sooner than they would have otherwise. And we will have about 3 or 4 employees who will be Y rated as a result of this. That was part of our meet and confer process with the bargaining units to make sure that they understood the impacts and the rationale and, what would happen.
So is it possible that there could be more Y rated people more quickly the way we're doing this now, or no?
There will be both. Some employees will become Y rated more quickly than they would have otherwise because the top end of their grade is slightly lower, but they're not there right now, so they're not Y rated right now. And other employees, the top end is a little bit higher if that's what the market indicated was appropriate for us to remain competitive, and so they'll take a little bit longer. So both answers are true, where some employees will be Y rated sooner and some will be Y rated later based on what the market was for their position.
And it was a pretty balanced mix of the ones that went up and went down. It was kind of
Yeah, so the average change was like 1.8%, but that's an average. So some changes went quite a few went down, quite a few went up. It placed them all at a rate that was closer to the market median in our compensation strategy.
And this is only for the next 6 months, so you have the potential that in 6 months, we're going to adjust all these upward anyway.
So
and
in
your Y rated.
the change will be part of what's negotiated with because our MOUs are up for renewal. And so we'll negotiate whatever COLA change as part of the MOU negotiations process that'll commence shortly.
So are you stating that this might only be really in effect for 6 months?
Well,
That's what all we're.
Standard, it's for the fiscal year. We just happen to be making a mid-year
Adjustment.
change as a result of the compensation study that we did. We completed the exempt changes in conjunction with the exempt MOU negotiations earlier this year. And then we took a little bit of extra time to meet and confer with the hourly bargaining unit. So this is just the implementation of the recommendations from that compensation study for the hourly bargaining units.
Are we gonna then need to do this compensation study again in 6 months?
No.
No, this is something we do every few years. The last time we did an outside one was in 2017. And then between 2017 and now, we've done a lot of this analysis in-house on sort of an ad hoc basis whenever we have a vacancy or if we suspect that a position is out of market. We've been kind of doing it that way to catch up, but this was the first comprehensive, 30 position study with an outside consultant since 2017. So this is the implementation of their recommendations.
Okay.
Question
We
for
can
you.
do it again for likely for a few years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question for you on the no classification assigned. There's multiple levels in here. Those are just placeholders?
Yeah, those are placeholders because we want to maintain that structure of 5% between pay grades and the same size of grades. So that creates grades that are available for future placement. If we create a new position, or if we, reevaluate the market conditions that have changed for a given position, it means that we could place a position in that grade at some point in the future, but we don't have a position that needs to be placed there right now.
Any further questions or discussion?
No, I need clarification. So the 20,000 that it's costing is really for 6 months, not a year.
No, that is the annual calculation that I did just based on the annual, the new rates that those 3 incumbents that will be impacted will have to bring their pay rates up to the new minimum for that job classification.
But that's over 12 months.
That's over 12
months.
months.
But
For this
the fiscal impact. Is
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the base pay plus
Or is it retroactive?
it's not retroactive. It'll be
Okay.
effective when the board takes the action. Yeah, we couldn't make it retroactive because the grades didn't exist before now. So.
Okay. Any additional questions or discussion? Is there a motion? I move we adopt option 1.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hamilton, seconded by Director Townsend Smith. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Presentation and acceptance of an annual audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th.
Yes, this is my item. Thank you. And that's another good one. And I would like to start by introducing our auditor from LSL. I've been waiting and appreciate Barrett joining. Is a senior manager from LSL, and he was leading our audit as he is here to go over some details and answer any questions you may have. So this is for fiscal year 2025 ended June 30th, 2025. And I'm happy to report that this clean audit opinion, and there was nothing that was out of ordinary found by auditors. So we have all our financial statements in order and complying with GAAP standards for fiscal year 2025. And we also completed it within the 6 months time frame, so that it will be on time to submit to GFOA for another award for 2025. So that's really excellent, and I just want to make sure that we were following the time frame, that our audit doesn't stretch too long and go into another year. And just some quick highlights for 2025. It showed that we have improved our operating performance, and overall our revenues increased in 2025, and a lot of it thanks to the detachment from San Diego County Authority. So those you will see in some of the financial highlights, and I wrote management discussion analysis as well for our ACFR book, and we went over some of those things. And we continue to invest in capital projects, and overall we have a stable financial position. And I will turn into for Barrett for a presentation.
Thank you, Constantine. I very much appreciate you guys having us. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Great. So as Constantine mentioned, my name is Barrett Warnick. I'm a senior manager with LSL CPAs, and we've been working on your audit. I think last year and this year, as Constantine mentioned, we are anticipating that the audit will be issued with a clean opinion, an unqualified opinion, and we kind of present that to you and commend you on that. That's a great thing. Would also congratulate you on receiving your GFOA awards on your budget book and last year's ACFR. We are anticipating that this year's will be submitted as well and hopefully receive the same award after being considered. As Constantine mentioned, the audit is currently in draft format, but we're planning on, I think, finalizing that this next week or so in anticipation of being done in time for the submission for the GFOA award. Just kind of some brief highlights. I think that the audit this year did go much more quickly than in prior years, and we were very appreciative of Constantine and his staff. We ask a great deal of them as we're doing the audit. There are many things that we inquire about and things that we have them do for us, and they do so willingly, and we're very appreciative of that. That allowed us to kind of keep this schedule and this time frame to complete by the end of the year. As mentioned, we do have a clean opinion. There are a couple of recommendations that we're going to provide that I've kind of discussed with Constantine previously regarding maybe just the calculation of certain fixed asset amounts for depreciation and the tracking. Some of those things took a little bit longer to work through this year, and so we did have some recommendations for improvement in that area. None of those things, though, however, were things that jeopardized the opinion or rose to a level of that type of concern. As we meet with you as a governing body, we do like to reiterate that we at this time would let you know if we did run into issues that if there was anything of a fraudulent or abusive or questionable nature, we would bring that to your attention. We're happy to report that there's been nothing of that nature that we came across during our audit process. In addition, if we had significant disagreements with management, we would bring that to your attention as well, or significant delays or other issues that we felt like were very important for you to know. We do not have anything of that sort to report. I think that the audit went very well. We're very appreciative of Constantine's efforts to kind of improve the process year over year and kind of be committed to that and going forward in the future. I'd open it up to any questions anybody might have.
I have one. I'm not a finance guy, but a question: when you look for your numbers or whatever you're looking for, is there a certain procedure or template that you follow? Is this like a state thing or federal thing, or is this just how your company does their stuff?
No, that's a really great question. And if you actually look, so just briefly, if you happen to have a copy of the report, the very first thing that you'll see in there is our opinion letter. And that actually outlines the standards or kind of the rules that are the structure that's in place that we follow. And in this instance, because you guys are a governmental entity, for private companies, they deal with, we call it the FASB, which is the Federal Accounting Standards Board. For government, we call it GASB, Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and they do have a very, very in-depth set of standards. And essentially what we do is compare the way that Constantine or the way that the entity has maintained their records and is presenting their numbers to what the standards say should be done. And we go through a lot of work. We test a lot of the things that he does and look very closely at the records to make sure that everything's done in accordance with that set of standards. So there is a very, very rigorous set of standards that we do compare against. And our opinion is specifically stating that the financials are, in our opinion, fairly presented in accordance with those standards. So great question. Anything else that I might be able to address or help with?
Now, as a layperson, and I've been looking to try to find it. There was in my earlier review, there was a comment on assets that one of the assets that was listed under the asset comment was the $15 million note to payoff thing, and I didn't know that liabilities could be classified as assets.
That,
I can,
it-
I can
yeah, go ahead.
take that one. Thank you. That's a great question. So you're referring to exit fee, and it's
Yeah.
considered an intangible asset because it will benefit our area for the next 10 years. And that's how long we borrow the money. And as long as there is a benefit to the district, then you can consider it as an intangible asset.
Okay.
So in a way,
So it's not an asset, it's an intangible asset.
intangible asset, you cannot touch it or see it, but it does add value to us,
Okay.
to ratepayers. And actually,
it qualifies for tax
it's a very cool thing, because you borrow the money, it's kind of a loan, but at the same time, you can put it as an asset.
That's it.
And Barrett, you can,
I'm gonna ask.
if I'm
Okay.
explaining correctly.
No, you are explaining that correctly, and that's a great question as well. And I definitely understand the perspective that you're coming from with that question. We do consider it an asset from the perspective, as Constantine mentioned. We think that the payment that was made for that exit fee is going to benefit the organization for several years, and so with that, it does get capitalized as an asset that will be amortized out or expensed out slowly over the next several years. That treatment, as you mentioned, that is a little bit, it's very similar to the treatment for leases that has been implemented in the past several years, where a lease is really kind of treated more like a debt arrangement, and then the asset that you're leasing or that right to use or the benefit that you're creating does get capitalized as an asset. And I think a similar thing has happened here, where I think that maybe there was some financing that was implemented to pay that fee up front. However, that fee was considered to benefit the entity over several years. And so it's been capitalized and will be expensed over that time period. It won't remain as an asset indefinitely. But that is the nature of that.
Okay.
Great question too.
Go ahead. Go, Matt.
Question for you. So, but then still in your books, the bond or the borrowing of the money would still have to be considered a liability, right? Or no?
The loan is still a liability.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
like you.
Yeah.
I agree. I can't see
Yeah.
it as an asset, but it's really.
Is it a liability?
But okay, but as long as somewhere in the books, it does show it's a liability.
Of course, the
Oh,
law
It
is.
it really becomes a liability as you depreciate it off, right? You can think of it that way, as I've got a $15 million pot that I borrowed that's going to be spread over 10 years. So every year I'm sucking that number down and moving it to the liability portion or expense portion.
And there's actually kind of two sides to it. And again, with the lease accounting, this kind of previously or in the past, we wouldn't show a liability or an asset for a lease. We would just mention that there was a lease and disclose it on the books. However, the lease accounting kind of said, hey, look, to be a little bit more clear, you should show that you have this obligation now to pay this lease over a period of time, which is like a debt. And then also you should show that you have an asset on the books. And so you end up showing both of those. And as the gentleman just explained, they do trickle out over time. But yes, I do understand your perspective. Some of it is feels like these are the kinds of things accountants do to make sure they have job security.
For sure.
That's the GASB standard. Governmental accounting standards boards came up with this requirement, and we have to follow it.
I'm sure it's on the FASB side as well.
One last question. You made mention just a few minutes ago that at a time it was no longer considered an asset. Is that, what point is that?
I would have to do, so we use a term, we call it useful life. And we do a similar thing, just kind of a simple explanation or a simple example might be if the district was to buy a truck, they would pay for that truck right up front. However, we wouldn't show all that as expense. In 1 year, what we would do is capitalize it and show that you have this asset. And then each year we take 1/5 of that asset's value and expense it out and decrease the value of the asset. And a similar thing would happen with this asset that we're discussing. I think that it has a useful life, and so we're essentially saying we're gonna chop it up into, and I forget what the life is. It might be 10 years, it might be 15 years, but it will slowly decrease each year by it kind of pro rata according to the useful.
Analogous to depreciation on a capital.
It's a straight line amortization because tangible asset, you call it amortization instead of depreciation. And it's 10 years because the loan that we borrow is for 10 years. And that's for how long you're going to amortize it. Because it will benefit the district for the next 10 years until the loan is paid off. But you are correct, after 10 years, we will not have that intangible asset on our books anymore, as it in equal pieces over 10 years, it will become smaller and smaller as we're paying off the loan. So that's just how both sides of accounting works.
Okay, great.
So-
You bought.
Sorry for asking such a mundane question. Yeah. Any other questions? I have one that has nothing to do with the accounting, but has to do with our contracting capabilities that I flagged when reading the report. On page 68, it talks about subscription-based information technology arrangements, of which on page 72, we have identified two. One is the Microsoft Office 365 on a 3-year subscription, and the GeoViewer Online from Nobel on a 6-year subscription basis. What red flags me is non-cancelable. We've signed a 6-year lease on software that if something better comes along, and is cheaper, we can't get. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah. So with the Nobel contract, the reason we went down it, I'll have to double check the 6-year. I believe it was a 5-year.
Yeah.
We were able to negotiate a price for that. So by bringing that price down, we were able to do a 5-year. If we were to move from Nobel, and I think I had
It
discussed.
says 6-year useful life. It doesn't say what the period of the contract is.
Yes, sir. And one of the things that I brought to the board at that time when we were going through this is with Nobel and the amount of work that they do for us in, like, they work on our Dig Alert modules and our valve exercising. If we were ever to decide to leave Nobel, we would probably need like 2 years to start shifting away from them, just
Okay.
because of the amount of
So it's not just the GeoViewer.
it's not just the GeoViewer, it's all the components that they have in GeoViewer. Microsoft requires us to do a 3-year, but again, it's like, it's not just, Office 365. They call the product Office 365, but it's like our server licenses, our email servers on the cloud, our Active Directory. So there are a lot.
I'm not questioning 3 years. Coming from the computer software industry myself, a 6-year service life on products in IT is
Too long.
too long.
Yeah.
We talk about Moore's law, half the price and twice the functionality every 6 months.
Yeah.
So whether that's real or not, a 6-year is kind of a, wait a minute, why are we on a non-cancelable contract?
I beat them up real bad. They came in 2007 with the same price that they offered us on, and to keep that price that we've had since 2007,
that's pretty good.
They were.
Yeah. And I'm not questioning the decision that was made. It was merely that
the time frame. Yeah.
Ability to exit if something better comes along at a lower price. Want to keep that in mind as we go forward. So, is there any other discussion? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Director Hoffman, seconded, and I guess the motion is to accept the audit report as published.
A second.
Okay, moved by Director Hoffman, seconded by Director Townsend Smith. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
opposed, and one no vote.
Temporarily absent. Thank you.
Item number F, consider approval of pass-through wastewater rate adjustment due to increased operational and capital improvement charges from the city of Oceanside.
All right, thank you, and I will be presenting on this item as well. This has to do with actual invoices that we received from City of Oceanside for starting of this fiscal year 2026 for July, starting of July and through September for quarter 1. And they did come up a little higher than what was originally expected and budgeted. And I will go over and explain why. And here to show you our actual cost, how much we pay for City of Oceanside for, and this has to do with wastewater treatment processing. So in 2025, the charges for operation and maintenance from City of Oceanside were 1.7 million, and we budgeted for a slight increase, 1.7, and those were the numbers that were given to us preliminary. And City of Oceanside based those numbers on their 2024 actuals, because when we're doing our budget in May, they don't have their actuals for 2025. And as right now we were in November and we received the invoices from them as they completed their audit. They reviewed the flow for as of June 30th, 2025. And it turns out that our flow was higher and their cost for 2025 increased because of they did a cost study as well for their employees, and the benefits and the insurance went up. So overall, it went up close to 20% again. So and on the next slide.
Excuse me, Constantine,
Yeah,
can you
yes.
go back, please? I don't understand the percentage on the blue bar.
That's a year over year
differential?
increase. It's increase year over year. So we budgeted for 0.5% compared to 2025. And then actual is based on invoices that we received is actually 16.2%.
I see. Okay.
Compared to actuals of 2025.
Right. And these were based on projections that
Yeah,
were
yeah.
given to us by the city of Oceanside.
I just didn't understand the chart. And
Yeah, okay.
0.55.
Budget actual, got it.
Oh, yeah.
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 And just to remind, we already received an increase on the wastewater side on July 1, 2025 to 13%. It was $75 on per EDU per month. And then starting from July 1, it became 85.01. And so what this increase does, it will increase in February because we do need to have some time to issue a newsletter and let ratepayers know about this increase. It will go up by $3.92 additionally, which is a 4.6% increase. And this is just a pass-through rate increase for a gap on the invoices that we're receiving. And our district will not benefit or will not have any extra revenue whatsoever from this increase. It's just a pass-through to make up for those increased invoices. And this is within the Prop 218 regulation. So we'll go ahead and be issuing that increase. And then
Constantine, can I
yes.
just,
Mhm.
this is really no new information. This is the same that you told us in October,
Right.
correct?
That is a new because it's an additional increase to the 13% that we did.
No. Well, this is at the budget and finance.
Oh, you mean the
Oh.
budget finance?
Yes.
Right, yeah.
It's exactly the same presentation.
Yes.
So the the ratepayer will have to pay $3.92 more a month, pretty much.
Yes, per EDU per month. Yes.
When you
From-
sent out that newsletter, just a suggestion, maybe you've already gonna do this, would be wonderful. Just the way you just said it verbally just a few minutes ago, where this is a pass through from Oceanside. Rainbows does not make any money on this. I would think,
Yeah.
please write that into
In
your-
big bull letters.
Yeah, a narrative
Yeah.
that it's not us. This is Oceanside.
Exactly. And actually, if we don't implement that, we will be operating at a deficit on the wastewater side for this year because bills are coming in higher and we're still under collecting per EDU per month. And if we keep doing the deficit every year on the wastewater side, it becomes negative. Then we could be in violation of Prop 218 because if you're in a deficit on the wastewater side, that means you're borrowing from the water ratepayers to make up for the wastewater.
Sounds like federal.
So I just want to address too, because I know the increases look stark on the board, but there's really a couple things at play that are going on. And really it's the fact that, you know, Oceanside really hasn't seen any growth on their wastewater side. They've actually seen their flows decrease due to water conservation. So low flush toilets and shower heads and things like that. Opposite of us, where we've added 3,000
Lots of more toilets.
Yeah, 3,000 homes over off 76 and 15. So what you're seeing is, you know, costs aren't increasing like that, but
Our
we're
proportion.
becoming a bigger share of the wastewater treatment plant, and per the contract, that's what happens. I imagine next year it's not going to be as stark, right? Because we're not seeing our flows continue to increase. I think theirs have kind of stabilized, but over the last few years, it has been a little bit more aggressive than normal just because of that phenomenon that's happening. Yeah.
Got North River Road Farms coming online.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. So we should promote development in Oceanside. Yeah, it helps us out on our wastewater costs.
Question from the public?
Clarify, I thought wastewater was firewall.
It is total separate financial.
Yes.
You know, they were saying you might have a problem with 218 and then we have to go borrow from the water side.
Well, we don't want to
If
run
we
negative.
didn't do
We
anything.
don't want to.
We just don't want to run negative. Yeah.
On the wastewater side. And that is exactly correct. We should not be borrowing from the water fund to make up the
It's not the- no.
Your rates cannot pay for wastewater. So that's,
Yeah, that
bottom line.
that is why this is the increase that will be applied for all wastewater customers only, and it's a pass through to make up. Also, we did a comparison of the rates, even with this increase, so it will become $88.93 per EDU per month. We're still staying competitive compared to our neighboring member agencies and districts. So still lower than Fallbrook and Valley Center. So even with this additional increase. This graph to show you how exactly we'll be making up the gap. And this I already presented during our budget, and this kind of on the back end to show you how I come up with the additional $3.92 increase to make up the revenue for revenue loss. So we want revenues and expense to be equal. We cannot be benefiting from the increase, and this is exactly what we're going to spend on. Just a quick overview. Right, and in summary and the recommendation, we recommend to acknowledge receipt and record authorization per adopted rate study. We'll stay compliant with Prop 218, and this is a pass-through, and which will go into effect on February 1, 2026. Questions?
So there was an extended period of time when Oceanside wasn't billing us.
Right.
And then we, I mean, what was it? I can't remember, 18 months.
Yeah.
Where is that number? Is that?
It's all done.
It's all
Oh,
done.
that's all-
It's
Yeah.
paid. It's all paid off.
No more catch up.
As of June 30th, 2025, all that paid off. Yeah, luckily. So we don't carry it on our books anymore. Yes.
Constantine, when does Oceanside make their rate adjustments and lets Rainbow know that potentially they're raising their rates? When do they do that?
As soon as they finish with their audit, so it's usually October timeframe. So year
They're
ends
on a
on June
fiscal
30th.
year, or
They're on a fiscal year.
that's not a calendar year.
Not a calendar year. So their year ended June 30th,
Okay.
just like ours. And then they do audit and they review the flows and they give us an update in about October.
So there's two things that happen as part of that contract. Leading into the year, they'll estimate, right? They're doing their budget,
Right.
same time we're doing it, right, for the fiscal year. And so we'll start, based on those estimates, we'll start receiving the bills come July, right? First part of that fiscal year. Then once they get to the end of that year, they actually true it all up. So did the estimates, the flow estimates and the CIP costs and all that and typically either, we owe a little bit or we get a little bit of a refund. It usually just gets transferred onto whatever the next bill is. But it is a budgeted number up until we start to see it in July.
Yeah. And I would like to add, they will issue us either a refund or maybe an additional invoice based on the actual flows. That's called a use audit. They will review because they have a budgeted amount for the flow that we're sending, and if our actual flow will be lower, then will be some refund, and usually it gets applied to our first invoice for July.
Yeah.
So
the true up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Any additional questions or discussions for Constantine? Then,
Question from the public.
yes,
Follow up the gentleman behind you comment. So a few years ago, you set rates, presumably had an estimate of Oceanside's bill, right? Then I heard they didn't get paid for a period of time. What happened to the money for those years? Was you set rates according to 218 for cost of service. And turned out you had revenues from your customers, cost of service.
I would like to.
At least one, if not more fiscal year, Oceanside wasn't paid, so where did that money go?
I would like to answer that. So we're on an accrual basis of accounting. Even if we're not receiving invoices, we were still recording an expense that of all the bills that we're supposed to pay. And we're not collecting anything extra. And if we were not receiving invoices, we were assuming that the rates were staying the same. And that's why we were not doing an increases to our rate payers for all those years. So
Yeah, but we paid the catch up.
catch up.
Out of that money.
Money.
That was it.
catch up was paid.
It was sitting in financial.
It's a reserve.
Earning
In essence, yes.
Yeah, earning
Yes.
interest.
In essence, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's true. That's what it was. Yeah.
And it's true. And that's why we were able to pay it off so quickly.
Yeah, that's right.
If there are no further questions or discussion, I move we accept the rate paid, the wastewater pass-through rate adjustment effective February 1st per the presentation.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hamilton, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Consider approval of change order for the Adura for engineering support services district-wide.
Okay. Queued up here. We also have Dolores Salgado, a representative from Ardura, on Zoom if the board has any questions. Did I do that? Sensitive. Wow. Okay. 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 So we just want to show the board before I go into a little bit of background on this, exactly what Ardura is providing for the district. So this is an example of their clientele. We are also on here. They just didn't list us because it's our presentation. But as you can see, Rainbow is not unique, excuse me, unique in any way for outsourcing its developer plan check services. This is a very common practice at water agencies and cities. Some of the tasks that they do for us when new developments come in and we have to determine what number of EDUs we're going to charge them, such as the gentleman that was here from the Havens earlier on our consent calendar. They provide to us a sewer service study. We then review that and enter into a sewer service agreement that ultimately the board then approves. So these are things that are being done. water and sewer improvement plan checks. You'll see in the staff report, the Havens, we have North River Farms and Ocean Breeze Ranch are currently the three largest projects driving this change order, but Ardura works on any developer or customer that requires a plan check service. Helps us on our district standards and specifications, and then as-built reviews and coordination with our GIS, Nobel that we were talking about on a separate subject. Again, just some of those developer projects. The Havens actually has quite a bit going on. Calavie Spa, the Havens Country Club, which is an aquatic center, and then Province at Havens, which is phase 1 and phase 2. That's all off Gopher Canyon. And then just some of the different customer projects that come in. Sometimes it's a single water service. We can do that in-house. We don't require anything. We can use the existing as-built. We redline it, we sign it, we upload it. Others are more extensive and do require an actual formal plan check. So wanted to show you, this was really hard. I don't know, we tested this earlier, so I'm gonna see how it works now. Okay, it actually worked really well. This was 2 pictures on one side and you couldn't see anything. So this is an example of what is submitted by a developer. This is a sewer lift, a proposed sewer lift station that myself, operations, often IT are all reviewing. We coordinate with Dolores at Ardura. And then this is what comes out of it. So what they proposed versus what we actually want and need. And then those updates come. And so we would call this plan check number 1. It goes back to the developer, their civil engineer. In theory, we're done at plan check 2. That seldom happens. But in theory, that's how it goes. And so that's the end of that. Heard the staff report. It talks about the simplest way to put this, as we talked about the Havens on consent. This really is as close to a pass-through as possible. We put in there that in the 3 years that Ardura has been providing these services, about $7,319 have hit the engineering budget. Everything else is purely developer funded, and we request those deposits from them. This would be the 7th change order. And then I had a note as well that we did go out for a recruitment twice or once, I believe, for the engineer. And at last year's budget and finance, those workshops, the board wanted to keep rates at a certain setting. And to do so, we actually froze the engineer position and kept it frozen and kept outsourcing this so that we're not taking on that staff. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes.
Okay, Chad, if I understand correctly, developers pay for the engineering services. They're billed on that.
Correct.
So we're looking at only these in-house projects and little things like that. And the question I have is versus in-house, if we're looking at something like $130,000 a year plus burden rate, we're probably up to 150,000 or more. Oh, 200. Wow. Burdening's got a lot heavier since I retired. At 200,000 versus the cost trade-off of contracting those services outside. So the 300,000 that we're looking at is for potentially a 2-year period.
Correct.
Dependent on number of in-house projects versus
correct
compensated ones. I just want to make sure that I was understanding that correctly.
Yeah. Great questions. Yes, Director Mack.
Question for it. Now, they are a company that does review plan check. Is that correct, or I'm off?
Well, that is one thing that Ardura does. One of the, and I'll let Dolores chime in on this, but one of the things that separates Ardura from some other civil firms is they only represent public entities. So they're not also designing for the developer.
Because I wish you would have been at the JPI meeting at the conference. They brought up two things very important that they're trying to tell the agencies to be more cognizant and be more aware of transferring risk. And it's a lot of, I'll just be honest with you, to me, you had to be an attorney to understand. I wish Alfred was right next so I could be asking him, like, what does all this mean? But they said it's very important for board of directors because they said ultimately when a bid goes through, we are the last line of fire to say yay or no, nay. on it. So my question is, do they review the plans to remove the risk factor to our agency? Because that is one thing JPIA really stressed at this meeting. And so, Alfred, I guess you or someone in your firm needs to always be looking at it, but they even said you didn't even go beyond that and to learn how to, again, they had so many legal terms. I got lost. I'll be honest with you.
I'm gonna go all engineer on you here. They don't really transfer risk from us. The unique part about this one is these are developer-led projects. So what we're really doing, and Dolores partners with us in that, is making sure that what gets designed is to our standards and our needs, right? That's really the singular focus. The contract that actually gets entered into is the developer hires a contractor. All we're doing is inspecting the work, right? So that risk factor between engineering design and is actually falls on the developer. Now, ultimately, we have to accept those facilities, but as far as you're talking about risk transfer associated with change orders and cost and those kind of things, the liability actually falls to the developer as the owner and their engineer and the contractor. We're actually kind of a third party until we actually accept the facilities.
And I know that the risk transfer, because I was in the same
Yeah.
session you were.
Thank you.
The risk transfer they were talking about was the contractual risk transfer between us as the district and our contractors, especially for any work that someone is doing on our behalf. So the indemnity clauses and the contract language, that's something that we would have our legal counsel look at, and the contract, that we engage with our.
And that would be projects like Lift Station 1, right?
Our own contracts.
Our own contract.
Right, which this falls kind of outside of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And then since you were there, I interpret they said you could even use their services to contact them until
they
they'll
have templates that we can use as a model, but it should be customized to our specific project, and so we should always still have our own legal counsel do it.
But that template idea is not a bad idea just to make sure.
We have a very nice template that Alfred helped us create. So
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, so CIP is different, and Ardura is not designing our CIP projects. This is completely developer and project.
Okay.
They'd probably like to, but
yeah. And I there's a lot of times where we are reviewing something that, say, Hazen is designing for us or Dexter Wilson, and I will call Dolores and pick her brain on it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They provided great service for us in this realm, though.
Yeah.
That's why we'd like to have them finish these projects.
And it appears to be very cost effective.
Yeah.
For us. Any other discussion or comments? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Director Irvine moves on option 1, seconded by Director Hoffman, excuse me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Why don't we take a roughly 15-minute break, resume at 2:45?
10 minute?
Yep, 10-minute break.
Actually,
Okay. Use the restroom, Matt?
You to
Sorry, like everybody else, we got to chatting and went 3 minutes over. Item H, review a meter downsize program, resolution 2408, administrative code, section 8.11, connection and meter charges. It's my understanding that staff has a presentation.
Correct.
I would like that to occur first.
Okay, yeah, and really our, the presentation today, is going to talk just some of the history and that kind of thing. Really wanted to start conversation on kind of the, meter sizing, downsizing. Obviously we've had, had a customer in last month, requesting a downsizing, which kind of drove some of this, but really wanted to give the board just the history behind it. Some of the things that we've looked at, so maybe some potential, amendments or changes or things that we found, but really to get your feedback and kind of start a conversation on, things we may want to change or not. So Josh Cruz, our customer services and meter supervisor, is going to run you through our presentation, and I'll jump in as needed.
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah.
All right. So just looking at the resolution as a whole, I touched on some of this the last time, but just kind of want to revisit it. So basically we had Wilden and Ruff Ellis do a system-wide study in July of 2017. And what they did is they determined basically what meter size should be on which size lot. That's essentially what they were doing. And what they did is they looked at the water usage. So if you look at this table right here, so the max month CCF, that's the max units per meter size. So you can see a 3/4 has a maximum usage of 50 units per month. A 1 inch is going to be 80 per month. And then the next chart over is going to be the maximum flow, the gallons per minute. So it's going to be 30 gallons a minute for the 3/4, 50 for the 1 inch, and so forth. One important thing to point out, if the usage exceeds those limits, the max instant flow, the gallons per minute, the meters can decouple. So the internal components can break and we have to replace it, right? And we don't know that the meters are broken until we have to replace them. So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and just to add on this, because I've kind of studied this thing, when that max month was developed, really the intent was to correlate what readily available data we have, which is the monthly read, with the, how does that parse out between meter use within our district. That's kind of how that thing was developed. The max flow, that's actually a number that was developed by AWWA that generally corresponds to the maximum continuous flow through a certain size meter. So that's where you actually get the damage is that instantaneous flow. So that's kind of the difference. But basically the district was at a point where you go, hey, we've got to evaluate this, but we only have this data available. That's that max month data. So that's what's being utilized.
Second part of that is going to be the lot size, right? So looking at the water, the instant flow, and then also the parcel size. So basically any property that's greater than half an acre has to have a 1 inch meter.
And these were all things that were part of that 2017 approval. So the 2017 approved the capacity fees. That's what was the basis of the study. But then also as part of that, adopted this resolution with those capacity fees. The board adopted the lot size classification that kind of differentiated what we see here. Yeah.
That's right. So here we have a satellite image of two separate properties, both residential. The property on the left is going to be a smaller lot, eligible for a 3/4 inch meter. You can see there's really not too much potential use for outdoor watering. Don't have a pool. It doesn't look like they could probably plant some trees and things like that. On the other side here, it's a larger lot, greater than half an acre. You can see there's pools in the area. That particular property has a pool. You can see all the trees. That one has to have a minimum of 1 inch meter. You can just see the difference, right? Again, we're looking at the potential use for additional outdoor water use. The other thing that was established was January 2011. Basically, all new homes have to have fire sprinklers, right, to meet the fire flow demands. So it's basically the California Building Code, which is the CBC flow requirement. there's a provision in there. If a property would normally qualify for a 3/4 inch meter, that's less than half an acre, regardless of the 1 inch meter, they could have a 1 inch meter installed in the ground, but they would just pay the 3/4 inch capacity fees along with the fire standby service fee, which is $10 a month.
So these are all your new homes, right? Horse Creek, Citro, and those. All other circumstances aside, basically that lot would definitely qualify under our uses for a 3/4 inch meter. Now the fire codes come in and said, hey, this is how you have to analyze this thing. You gotta assume that 2 of those sprinklers are running plus the demand of the house, which call it whatever you know. I don't know if that's logical or not, but that is the way it's written, which pushes you over that 30 gallons per minute requirement on the 3/4 inch meter. So, and this is up and down the state, every new home that's gone in since then, a 1 inch meter goes in the ground. This is actually a provision that, you know, the Rainbow Board adopted. I think it's generous because I think a lot of agencies went a different direction, but there's basically, we're saying, hey, for our purposes, you fit the mold of a 3/4 inch meter. We're going to charge you the capacity and fixed O&M. There's a $10 charge. Basically, that just covers, you know, additional maintenance and that for the slightly larger meter replacement costs, you know, those kind of things. But in essence, they get the advantage of that because they are basically a small, you know, affordable lot kind of a situation. So, but this is a specific Rainbow provision, but it obviously comes into play when you start talking about, you know, who can downsize. Yeah.
So next one, this is going to be like the meter downsize process as a whole, right? So basically, customer requests the downsize, they fill out the application, they return it with proof of ownership and then the deposit for the labor and the materials. After the downsizing is completed, if they exceed the maximum usage, which is the 50 units a month or the 80 units a month, they exceed, one time they get a written warning. If they exceed a second time in that same 2-year period, they have to upsize back to the original meter size. I think this was effective, August 2024 is when the downsize policy went into effect. Yes, sir.
That's month by month, or is that a yearly average?
So any single month, if they exceed, then they get a written warning. If they exceed a second time in that 2-year period, then they would have to upsize back to the original meter size.
And they would have to pay for that, correct?
Correct.
And just roughly,
Differential.
what does a meter upgrade cost?
I'd have to look at the
Real rough numbers.
Yeah, the physical cost itself is less than $1,000.
Okay,
That the customer
but you
would pay.
charge for the installation as well.
The policy says, yeah, for the installation. So it'd be about that. The policy dictates though, if you've downsized and now you violate, basically you go back and pay the back O&M charges.
Okay.
Yeah. Or the capacity fee.
Whichever's less.
Less.
Yeah.
Right.
Got it.
Whichever.
So there's a crossover point.
Yeah.
Okay.
So our meters that we have in the ground right now, they're AMR meters, automated meter reading. So they do have some limitations. So basically they can't remotely monitor the real-time flow that we're talking about, the instantaneous gallons per minute. The only way for us to determine the real-time flow is we have to do a data log, which requires us to go to the property, pull the data from the meter, and that's going to give us the hourly usage, the daily usage. We can only data log for the previous 90 days. It's another limitation on the meters. And like I mentioned before, if a meter is exceeding that max GPM, it could break, right? And we have to replace it. Yes.
Okay, well, I think it should be, I know you want to do monthly, but for example, if someone was installing turf, for example, your first month or second month, you have to water heavily. And so, just an example, so if somebody was using 16 units every single month, that's their average. But then for whatever reason, they wanted to put in grass. Your first couple of months, especially if they happen to put it in June, July, or August, you're going to be pouring the water to that. I think that's not really
correct.
fair.
And in our policy, there's discretion, right? There is discretion. Like we do give the warning, like, hey, if you made a change to your property, the water use goes up, you're going to get that letter. Hey, if you do this again, but there's discretion, basically general manager's discretion. So if somebody came in and said, hey, I made a change to my property, but it's temporary, I'm going to do this. I'll show you I don't exceed. obviously we would
Okay,
take those,
that's,
we would take those common sense things into account rather than
Okay.
just levying penalties. Yeah.
okay, what?
All right, so recently what we've been seeing is these variance applications to downsize due to hardships, right? Because, it's financially tough for people. So a thought that we had was establish a low income rate assistance program. So basically what that would do is give them the savings, the monthly savings that they're looking for, and kind of separate the hardship cases from the actual meter sizing policy. So the way that we could do that is we can use funds that are non-ratepayer funds, unrestricted funds to fund that program. And then we could also use SDG&E's participation list. So basically they have customers that are on their care program, the low income program, and they've already said that they would share that information with us. So we wouldn't have to verify, pay stubs, proof of income, things like that, bank statements. So it'd be a good little partnership just to be able to leverage some of that versus us doing it on our own.
Yeah, and this is something we've talked about in the past. This has been just like one customer driving us creating a whole program. But it kept driving itself into this because that seems to be, the board has a heart, right? And we do too. And and so we've been talking about, how we could accommodate some of this, right? Whether it's somebody that's just fell in hard times, I lost my job, I'm sick, whatever those things are, and how we might be able to help out in that arena. And that's what we thought, kind of like our meters do when people overspin them, we could kind of decouple those two issues, right? Going, hey, if you're coming in on a hardship case, that's fine. We have a program for you. But our meter program is meant to be equitable, right? Among income aside, it's meant to be equitable among everybody. So I don't know. Once we start talking about this, I don't know, something I got kind of excited about. I think it would be a cool program to have, and obviously full discretion to the board. Something we would go through during the budget process, and we could really control, how much you want to put towards that, right? Whatever the budget is.
Sources of non-ratepayer income.
Well, the things that you could potentially use are tax rate, tax revenue, lease revenue, interest revenue, things like that. And you start to run the numbers, and it wouldn't take a lot to make a semi-meaningful program. I don't know what the uptake. We would still have to run some numbers on that, like, how many actually would qualify or part of that care program and things like that. But I think it might be, obviously something, the district should look
It's worth
at.
studying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. And so we just want to say, hey, how it ties into this program is you kind of eliminate that from the equation, at least, where, the income-based things are handled separately.
Can we get information from SDG&E's care program on people that are on their program within our area?
Yes, I actually sat in on it at Aqua last week. I sat in on a session, and they indicated they're actually required between utilities to share that information if requested. I'm not sure exactly what comes across. I'm sure there's some customer protections and things like that. But the agency that I heard speak about it, basically they had set it up where you've got, they have it all automated. So they get the information, it overlays against their service area, and it's Eastern, by the way. So we've got some contacts there to kind of see how
Maybe
they're
could steal their program too.
Yeah, see how they're doing. And their only issue is they just don't have enough funding for all their,
all the
folks, because
qualifiers.
it is limited. So that's a limitation, but
Some's better than nothing.
that's right. And so, yeah, so they've kind of got it set up where the data comes in quarterly, and people come into the program, they fall off the program, depending on what their situation is and things like that. But it happens almost automatically. I'm sure there's some staff time in that, spent doing those things, but
Are those one-time grants, or are those ongoing subsidies?
I don't know the specific details. And again, board would have full discretion of what that looks
Take a
like.
look at it.
I think they're monthly, you get 10% off, or you get $20 credit, or, whatever it is. I think, but I'm not 100% sure. And this is it would be our program. So however you want to.
Question is, do they have to apply or is it automatic? I mean, if you're getting information from Carrie, you already know that individual.
They're
is-
eligible,
Yeah.
at least. Yeah, they're eligible. I don't know. Those are all details.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Devil's in the details.
So it sounds to me like what, bringing it back to the purpose of this agenda item is that we're sort of using this as a way to punt to a different program if somebody claims they're having a financial hardship, rather than swapping meters and starting to kind of jury rig the meter system. We can kind of shift over to this to see really if, and that also does, make sure that they're accountable for what they're saying in terms of their financial hardship. So we evaluate it based on that. Because most of the meter requests that we're seeing is financial hardship.
That's the intent.
Yes.
Yes, the intent of financial.
So this way, we're not kind of constantly dealing with variances in terms of financial issues. And so we can kind of shift over to that program and say, look, if this is the concern, we have a program.
Right.
And then they get evaluated based on their financial means, whether if they are in fact financially qualified or not.
Right.
So, but I think that's a conversation we should probably have at a study session, because it is a larger concept that can kind of grow and take on a life of its own. And rather than try to deal with that.
No, and that wasn't the intent.
Just give an overview.
This is just something that came out of kind of our brainstorming session that went, hey, I think this might be a better way to handle this. Thing. Want to bring that forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take questions at the end, Rodney.
All right, moving on. So another potential adjustment is discussion of either removing or amending the minimum acreage requirement of that half-acre limit. Wanted to touch on this because we ran some numbers here. We have about 2,400 1-inch meters that are on larger lots, right? Greater than half an acre. If all of those customers were to downsize their 1-inch meter down to a 3/4, just based off of their water usage alone, that would reduce their monthly fixed rates from 157 to 96 on a monthly basis, which is a $60 difference. That would translate to 147,000 revenue loss per month for the district, or 1.7 million per year. So just bigger picture. Yes, sir.
These are out of, do we have 2,400 1-inch meters or 2,400 1-inch meters that are potentially eligible?
These are just potentially eligible that are using less than the 50 units. per
Okay.
month. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And if the district is losing these funds here, that would unfortunately result in increasing rates. About a 4% is what we're looking at across the board.
And if I could just interject, and when you say eligible, we're not talking about the fire code ones that are, so you're exempting those.
Right.
These are people that truly could, without any fire implications, downsize. Got it.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Well, there would still be ones that utilize that provision that we have that says
they're
if there's no lot size requirement, you qualify for a 3/4. So that includes those.
Okay, because I was under the impression that if you have a fire sprinkler system in your house, that's a fire code issue. You guys can't downsize.
We go back to
What he's saying
slide.
is they have a 1-inch meter, but they're billed at the 3/4 inch rate.
Correct. So if your property fully complies with everything else outside of the
fire code,
the fire sprinklers, the provision in that 2017 policy said, we're going to install a 1-inch, but we're going to charge you 3/4 inch costs, because for the district purposes, you qualify. This is just a fire code issue, so they don't get charged that 1-inch cost. So this is
so for example, Horse Creek Ranch, all has 1-inch meters.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what it really expands the scope of that potential. That's why there's 2,400. Yeah.
Yeah, but can the district afford $1.7 million in loss?
I don't you could ask the rest of the customers.
No.
It'd be horrible.
Yeah. Somebody has to make it up.
Yeah. You're just distributing, funds from one group to another. It would be your, larger meters, well, actually even your 3/4 inch, you would have to raise your 3/4 inch cost. So all this would probably drive a new Prop 218, and it would be a whole. Basically, it's a big deal. You have to do a whole rate restructure. is what it would require.
Sounds to me, just do the variance and when people want to lower them, that would be a lot easier than this. I mean, that's really opening up a can of worms. To lose $1.7 million in revenue.
We figured you'd be interested in that. Yeah.
So next potential adjustment here is to meld the rates, the 3/4 and the 1 inch, to phase out the 3/4 inch meters. That'll make the rates neutral for the 3/4 and the 1 inch. What that would look like, as an example, the 3/4 inch customers' fixed fees on a monthly basis would increase from 97 to 123, and the 1 inch customers would decrease from 157 to 123. So keeping that level, like Jack mentioned, that would update the cost of service study, Prop 218. And the majority of those 3/4 inch customers do have sewer connections.
Yeah. And this is something I think a lot of districts have actually done, right? Since 2011 it does make some sense, right? Because everything you're putting in now is going to be 1 inch, right? And so and this might be something when we do update the cost of service study, maybe this is kind of one of those analyses you do to kind of see how you can move in that direction to go, hey, all these kind of lower use meter, whether it's 3/4, 1 inch. But if you wanted to do that today, you say, hey, I'm on a revenue neutral. I'm gonna move all these. It's about $1.1 million move between 3/4 and 1 inch, this one going up and this one going down. And that's what it looks like. But that would trigger, I mean, you're talking a 20+% increase on the fixed cost for a 3/4 inch meter. And where this started to kind of, we started when you're looking at the lots and the potential use and all these things, when you're starting to consider all these things, you really start to look at where these 3/4 inch meters are primarily, which is in your single family lots, your duplexes and things like that. It also becomes apparent that the majority of those customers are sewer customers. So they're paying the sewer rates too. So you start to see where you're starting to place a burden on your most affordable housing at those kind of rates. And so just wanted to make you aware of all the facts before we start talking through these things.
So that's all residential, the residential side of it. Now, if we look at ag, so the ag falls under the same policy. So basically, same table that I showed earlier, but when we're looking at this, like Director Mack mentioned, you have, your turf or, you're watering a lot, you're going to see those increased usage. So instead of holding them to like the max monthly units, like the 50 or the 80, what we're looking at just the instant flow, which is the 30, 50, and 100 gallons per minute. Just again, so those meters don't decouple, they're not breaking and having to replace them all the time.
Yeah, and this is one I think we should look at. Because the problem is, even the capacity study, ag just doesn't use water like residential does, right? They have longer run times. It's variability in crops and and things like that. Just the variable nature of ag, it doesn't correlate well with the kind of the results of that study, the 50 to 1,000. So basically what ends up happening is if an ag customer wants to downsize, the only way they can do it is if they just stop everything, right? Cut down all the trees. I go to basically no use, and now I can downsize to a 1 inch, or something drastic like that. I think it's worthwhile, and I think we should probably look at this where, from the ag perspective, we really are just concerned with don't overspin the meter, right? The 30, 50 gallons per minute, 100 gallons per minute, and they might be running 10, 12 hours. So that monthly usage spikes, but really the average use doesn't go up. The issue we have is like Josh was saying, we don't have the data at our fingertips, right? We actually have to either go pull it or go field verify. So that's where it gets a little sticky, right? Where you'd have to come up with some kind of a plan, some kind of a policy to actually go out and verify that, yes, you're under this threshold. Yes, you can, you operate in this range. We can downsize you to here and you meet your, you stay under those flows. The good news is any meter we replaced, we would actually have that capability, because the meters we're putting in the ground today, you can actually, the user and or us could actually log on and go, hey, what's my hourly usage? And you can see what that GPM is. I showed Mr. Carey over there his usage over the last 3 months. And so it's available to us, but it requires some effort. And so, but this is one thing I at least wanted to throw out there. Like, you really do, they are very much a separate animal, and maybe we should look at these separately when you're talking about ag. That's what we're looking at.
Last thing is going to be the staff recommendations, about 3 of them. So like we mentioned, begin the development of the low income rate assistance program. Second one is going to be to maintain the current policy on the residential side, which is going to be for the water usage and the lot size. And that's just make sure that's balanced. The third one is going to be to establish a more appropriate meter sizing for ag properties, like Jake mentioned. Something that we can put in place to verify and monitor the continuous flow, the real-time flow. Just making sure that we have that data available, and we don't have to actually go out there to hundreds and thousands of properties to verify this data. Happy for any questions if there's any discussion. But I think this was just more of overall just kind of brainstorming. This is what kind of the thoughts are.
Get your feedback.
Yeah, I get the feedback on the recent variance applications that we've been receiving.
Can you put that slide back on there? The last one.
I think too, just to kind of on number 2, I was going to bring up this example. A few weeks ago, we had pretty significant, something we had talked about internally too, pretty significant rainfall, right? We had 4 inches of rain or whatever it was across the district. And operations will attest to this. What we see is, our water use goes to hardly anything, right? We have to make some pretty significant operational changes when that occurs, just to make sure water quality is maintained and things like that. What it tells you is almost all your use is outdoor, right? And I think that was kind of the basis of that when you talked about the different types of residential properties and having that potential for outdoor use. That's where it all is, right? The house is not really driving demand. It's really the lot that's driving the demand. So that, as we kind of moved through all these things and thought through that was kind of one of the things that, that came up. Like, I think there actually is a differential between the type of, I live on one. I live on a 2-acre lot and have a 1-inch meter, and there's certainly something different to that than a small lot that just doesn't really have the ability to do that, right? So the district can feel very confident going, yeah, they're not going to exceed that kind of use, but I could, within a matter of a month, make changes to my property or sell my property and somebody else wants. So I think that's where we were trying to get into. I think in the future, as we replace our metering infrastructure and we have more data available, you may be able to do something a little more, data, a little more precise, a little more, in the weeds on some of these things. But I think until we kind of get there, this is kind of what we've got, and it seems to correlate pretty well to what's going on out there.
If we're trying to pick one of those 2 between items 1 and 3, is 3 require more staff work? Is it more labor intensive on staff to have to do that monitoring?
It certainly would. Well, the monitoring itself, I think, would be mostly automated after the fact. Ahead of it, number 3 would definitely, it's going to require a meter reader to go out and either data log or field test.
This would be on request, correct?
Which would be on request. Okay. That'd be a single property owner request. So it may be something we want to capture. We probably want to capture that under, this is to the benefit of a single customer. They pay for the meter upsizing, that we could integrate that into that as part of the program.
What about the data collection?
Same thing. Yeah, that and the meter and the actual meter downsize would have to be covered. Yeah.
So are we voting for 1, 2, or 3?
No.
Recommending.
This is discussion.
These are just,
you could actually do all 3 if you wanted to.
That's our recommendation.
Is all 3.
Yeah.
It obviously takes more study, but all three of those options are worth exploring.
And that's what we were looking for. This is kind of what staff's developed, but we're, obviously open to, the board wants to, is in agreement with this, staff will take it for action. If you want to propose other things. please.
We had speaker slip
speaker.
sign and Rodney has requested an existential speaker split or virtual speaker split.
You probably haven't seen much of this.
Sir, you're right.
Because
Right.
I see a lot of violation.
So we can get it on.
Used to be a professor, so I had no problem. This is a small room. I guess I'm advocating some work for Mr. Smith here to give the board a briefing on 218 and the causation principles of the Peltz decision, as well as rethink Prop 13 as well. I heard a few things that plaintiffs' lawyers would love in this meeting. So how long do you keep your video here?
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Okay.
Forever.
So I think you have a schooling of how to talk about these issues.
I hear what you're saying, Rodney, but to me, I think you need to be able to freely discuss all potential options, then analyze which ones are legal or not.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Just saying, don't let one thing get ahead of the other.
No.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, we're all sensitive to 218 issues.
But beyond.
I,
Ms. Rick. Oh,
Rick, you had a request?
First of all, is this cell phone up for grabs? Thank you for hearing me. Each of you has a 3-page handout. It's an email from myself to Jake this morning. And it outlines some things that I'll discuss briefly. Independently, I didn't know you were working on this. I've taken a really deep dive on this meter issue for a long time. My meter on my grove, 12 acres, went in 1958, the 2-inch meter, because that's what everybody did. The current admin code, I've been wanting to downsize for quite some time. Because the chart that shows the gallons per minute, I don't come anywhere close to that with a 2-inch meter. And I can control my flows in my grove. I have 6 different irrigation blocks and I turn them on one at a time. The master meter flows and then it goes out. And that's hydraulics. The whole premise in this volumetric premise needs to be thrown out in the admin code. So if I go into the current admin code as it's written right now, the meter I'm required to have is not a 2-inch, but a 6-inch. My monthly fee would go from about $766 a month to $6,231 a month to comply with the admin code. And that's all because it's based on volumetric changes or volumetric measure, which is meaningless. The meters, and in the email that the hard copy you get, you didn't get the attachment, is the 2017 report, which is really the genesis for why we came up with volumetric. And since that's been referred to, I didn't know independently. Honest to God, we didn't get together on any of this. This is all independent. One of the, I lifted, this is not in your handout, but I'll give it to you. I'll just quote, I hate to read to you. It says, this is from the report, implementation of water capacity fees. And it discusses how they derived this. And it goes on to say, Rainbow has several different classes of customers with various levels of use within any class. For a single meter size, there is a substantial difference in use. It is therefore appropriate to design capacity fees based on use instead of meter size because of the diversity of use of different classes. So one of the things that since 2007, I had around 1,200 trees. I'm down to 800. I have open land that I'd like to reinvest in, and I'm going to take down. Oh, is that my
3 minutes?
Oh, can we kill that or? Anyway, is the volumetric doesn't make any difference. The correct measure is the gallons per minute. And I'd like to just clarify something on these broken meters. Remember at the engineering committee meeting, Robert discussed about 352 meters, 354 that had problems. The meters themselves aren't breaking. The register, which attaches to the top of the meter, which is separate, it's a little metal. There's two metal discs, there's a magnet. And if you overspeed the meter, it can't spin fast enough, the register decouples. And maybe it catches up and reconnects, maybe it doesn't. And on an ag meter, unlike a house or a business where there's pressure on both sides of the meter that's constant, most ag meters open and there's nothing on the backside. It has to fill this huge pipeline. I have 250 sprinklers that come on that flow 33 gallons an hour. And that's another way I can justify going down in size on my meter because of cost, is I just changed all my heads down. I cut my flow rates in half. There's also, I've talked to Fallbrook, personally talked to Fallbrook, Escondido, and Valley Center about how they manage this. None of them manage it anymore. If they have a meter overspeed problem, they handle it on a case-by-case basis. They talk to the person, because there are people in here in the district that are intentionally overspeeding the meters to try and get more water than the meter can read. Just earlier this week, I changed, Rainbow changed my register from the analog, and that's what's breaking is the gears in the meter, the analog meters. And we put on a digital base, and talking to Robert earlier, a couple hours ago, they've had no problems with well, I asked, what's the remedy for the 352? It was the changing the registers that solved the decoupling problem for the most part. So there is something we could do here to work together better, because if I cut down 250 trees or go crop swap pending and put in new trees, in the long run, that's the whole goal of crop swap, is to sell more water. I need the flexibility to manage my budget. We're talking just on to go from a 2-inch to a 1-inch, it's almost $8,000 a year just in standby charges. And then I will come back up. The other problem is, I think the capacity charge on a 2-inch meter is around 91,000. I don't know what it is currently. Current policy says if I downsize, and those access fees are one-time fees. When you originally hook up, whatever your fee was, you've paid that fee. The current policy has me, if I downsize to something less and then later want to come back up, I don't get any credit for reducing that size, but I do have to pay again to come back up. That seems kind of mafia, to tell you the truth. So if my recommendation is whatever what the original hookup fee was, and that varies over time, that's your cap. If you go below, you go below. If you want to come back up, if you say, in my case, 2-inch, you don't owe any more money because you already paid whatever it was years ago. But if you exceed 2-inch, because now you want a 3-inch or something, then you pay that difference above your baseline. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's 84,000. We lowered those capacities.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Somehow I got to go adjust my books and have my assets and liabilities balanced now, because if I get audited, I'm screwed. Thank you for the overtime.
Do you support item 3 then, Rick? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we need, yes. It should be based on flow. Volumetric is meaningless in ag. Even if I replant 250 trees, they're going to be on drip systems for years. And they're also mechanically, if you have a customer that's not cooperating, what Fallbrook does, they put a flow restrictor in so you can't overspeed the meter. And there are, most of us have master valves or control valves, pressure regulators. I have 60 pounds delivered. I step it down to 20 pounds. There are also, and all the valves close, they close softly, it's called, so that we don't water hammer. There are valves that you can add features so they open slowly as well. Because these registers, even the analog and the digital, they only read once per hour. And then if you get an inrush, the meter spins way up and it takes a minute or two for the flows to stabilize. So there's a couple, I know Jake is going to go all engineer on you, but we can manage the flow so we're not damaging the meters. We both want the same thing. We just want to pay for what we're, using and make it all work properly. Some of it's an engineering solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
No.
No,
We'll take it.
everything's remote control now.
Try to freeze everybody out of here. Fun way to clear the room.
I'm terrified.
Any further discussion?
I just have one thing I want to say on the number one. I know we're just preliminary and reviewing. My only thing is you made a comment about there'd be a line where you can't go above that. And my concern is I feel then once we hit that line, you could have a bunch of people come into our meetings and say, well, we need it too. And you might hear some really bad sob stories. I just think you're really opening up a can of worms. If you can't do it for everybody who needs it, I don't know how you can do a select few. Because I just think
First come, first serve.
yeah,
Just
but
one
you're
way.
going to have a lot of people. Just hypothetical. Hypothetical. Let's just say again, hypothetical. Everybody in Division 5 jumped on it and they looked at all. Then all of a sudden, Division 2 and 3 were left out. I think people in Division 2 and 3 would be very mad at their directors. I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I think you're open a can of worms on that one.
It's like crop swap.
Yeah. I think too, I mean, what we can do, if generally you're going, hey, sounds interesting. I mean, we can talk through that.
Find out how big it is. We don't even know what the potential exposure is right now.
And we'll have all that information before we would implement anything. So, so we would have all those answers.
How do you want to move forward on this?
If the board is generally in agreement with this, then we'll take it. We'll take what we need to.
I think we need to take the next cut,
Yeah.
To actually implement these three?
Yeah.
options?
Yep.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor for that?
We're all so excited.
Yeah. I don't know that I want to implement them yet. I'd like to see more
I
data.
don't think we need a motion. I just think we want a general board
Your
feedback.
direction,
If you
yeah.
like the general direction of this, then we're going to take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
Okay.
Okay, item number I. Review policy on standing committees, administrative code 2.06.00.010.
Yes, and this is something that Director Hoffman brought up last meeting, wanted to discuss committee formats. We put some information in the staff report, just some historical stuff about, how the committees are, what they're made up of and all those kind of things, a little bit of history. But really this was brought for the board's discussion. So.
Yeah, after having done this for almost a year, I just feel like it would be more, we could make it more efficient and less formal, maybe get more feedback from more than 7 or 8 ratepayers. I was even thinking as we were talking about even changing the time on that, because if people want to go to an engineering and operations meeting, they could go, after work also. We can talk about the time, but or keep it the same, but mostly 2 board members would be running the meeting. That's what I've seen before. And more, did you see how many agenda items we had here? If we have 2 board members that could knock off a lot of those agenda items and put them on consent. And the Zoom would still be, Therese would still be here, and the Zoom recording would be available for anybody that wanted to be there and not be so the formal with the gavel and rate the appointed committee members voting. It would be run by an agenda with 2 board members.
And no ratepayers?
Oh, I
Is that
would
what you're
love,
saying?
I want to say too, anybody that's has been coming as committee members, they're ratepayers. I would hopefully want them to continue to come. I would hope to get more ratepayers.
So what you're saying is the committee would be 2 board members with staff reporting and
Around in a circle.
Why would you need 2 board members? And then we typically only have 1 representative and they run it. Why do we need 2? I'm just curious.
Well, we did, we've done a little research on this and I've, been around. Typically, you want to have as many board members as you can without causing a majority, right? And the idea on these committees is to, like Director Hoffman was saying, drive items, through the committees and then onto a consent calendar, basically. Or, if they need to go on the action item, they go on the action. But only having 1 probably, I just think that would probably, if you're going to make this change, I think you would probably want the 2 to have, you wouldn't just want 1 board member reporting back to the 5. I think you would want to have the 2.
And you're not struggling with quorum issues because if 1 board member is not available, you can still continue to have the meeting.
Correct. And they're totally different because obviously we've got 3, 4 ratepayers on the committees now. So she's talking about a completely different format.
there are other options.
What do you,
How about we have a non-voting committee of all the presentation made to all the board members? No decisions or actions can be taken. So you're not violating the open meeting activity. You can still have ratepayer participation. And therefore almost everything moves to consent calendar.
I want
That's-
ratepayer participation. I would hope that we would get more ratepayer participation.
So
The example I used is Lake Elsinore uses, or Elsinore Valley, I'm not certain which. My personal preference, having been on the board for 11 years and knowing the history of this district, the current structure that we have in place was put in place in order to increase transparency and have more ratepayer direct participation rather than audience participation type of arrangement. I think that what you're proposing will not go down well with the aging population that has the history, and that's a large portion of our ratepayers. And you'll get tremendous throwback.
I don't understand about the aging population.
When you look at the residents of our ratepayer, the characteristics of our ratepayers, many of them have been ratepayers for more than 20 years.
Okay.
Okay. They know the history of Rainbow Water District.
Yeah.
And part of the reason that the committee structure that we have today was put in place was to give ratepayers more voice in direction to the board of directors, because they weren't getting it in the past.
Are you saying they can't come to the meetings?
There's a difference between sitting out there and having 3 minutes to talk maybe, and being here on a committee where you have active engagement. The other thing is I see a tremendous amount of value, particularly in engineering and the engineering committee, and to some degree in the finance, having extra eyes over the target. And that provides feedback that 2 directors or 5 directors don't really get directly.
But we would have 2 directors and the same committee members
You're
would be
assuming,
around.
you're assuming they'll come.
They
you're
won't
assuming
come
that-
if they're not.
I'm not
appointed
certain. I don't
committee
know.
members?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't they come?
why wouldn't they come?
Because they're not officially part of the program, if you will.
But then you're saying, so the only way to get ratepayer input is to make them official and limit them to 7. How is that, how does that expand participation?
Rick?
One thing I'd recommend is I go to a Rincon board meetings, they have snacks. You can.
That is, but I will pay every meeting.
The other. I think it's very important to get much more participation.
I agree.
Oh, look at that.
And the.
Oh, jeez.
Where were those? In the corner?
Teresa's hiding
Oh,
them.
okay. Well, that's pretty good. Thank you. I think there needs to be, the board understand formal agenda, pretty rigid for good reason. The committees have kind of moved in that direction, my observation. And I think that defeats, it needs to be more of a dialogue. It needs to be a little bit loosened up. When I come in and I'm the only guy here and I get asked by a committee member, to fill out a speaker slip, I go, okay. And then the other
Rick,
thing.
you know how the Farm Bureau, how you just sit around, I come in on Zoom, but
Yeah,
we sit around and it's unlimited. We just talk until it's done and then that's the way I want it
We've
to
only
be.
talked about PSAR for a year.
I know.
That's
I
kind
know.
of a problem.
But that's the way I want it to be.
And I want to cycle back on that while I've got the mic. Are we working on a PSAR type arrangement with Met? I know there's been some low-level discussion getting.
Rick, you are off topic.
Yeah.
I know,
Yep.
but I'll talk to Jake later. But
Yep.
yeah,
Talk to
just
Jake later.
It's here all night.
whatever we could do to get more ratepayers,
Yeah.
particularly guys. This is Frank Wallum, second generation grower. His dad was renowned. They own, they manage. We need people like that to
Yeah.
come to these meetings
Yeah.
to give you, notes from the field, so to speak.
I want that.
And the residential stuff is kind of fixed in my view.
Mhm.
This discussion about rates. 60% of the revenue is still ag. And we're really at risk. A lot of us, you think you're going to lose $1.7 million by right sizing. And by the way, I called my memo right sizing, not downsizing, because there are people in here in the district that probably need bigger meters and they're getting away with smaller ones.
Mm.
But yeah, whatever we can do to outreach, Zoom.
Would the time of the committee meetings and our board meetings make a
It's hard,
difference?
if I'm daylight's, outside work time, moving it later in the afternoon, but then I come from Escondido, because I can't vote in here, even though I'm a big ratepayer, because I don't live here. That's a different subject. But yeah, the traffic on the 15, and as I watch,
I know. 3 would not be good for you.
as I watch more and more houses come online.
It wouldn't be
"Oh my
good for
God."
you either.
Yeah,
though.
but
Yeah.
I'm glad you're talking about it. I don't know what the answer is. But home baked chocolate chip cookies.
I am gonna go get him a cookie.
Rod?
I'm just saying, what I want is 2 board members sitting over there with you guys. I don't want to be behind this table. You know what I mean? I want it to be more informal. Yeah, you could, more informal.
Next thing you know, they're gonna want. Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, this gentleman made a point. I have been on the, for 6 months. Right, formal. Part of the committee. It's like a mini board meeting. You're sitting there voting. Instead, you should be vetting. You should be vetting ideas, vetting alternatives. That should be what informs the board.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, to have people come in a format to give the board an education on how the world works, invaluable. As some of you know, I'm in the water business. Most of my clients are rural.
Mm-hmm.
And every client I've dealt with, the board has been trying to have structures that is not formal to vet things. And I think that's the perspective. Now, there may, you're making a good point. There may be alternative ways of doing this, right? But I do think I was a little surprised because when my wife was elected in 2022, she was on the budget committee. And I said, "Oh, are you was she chairing it since she was there? Every water district I'm aware of, they'll have committee structures. Like talk to Joe McKenzie over at Vista, but it's board members. I happen to know the Irvine Ranch Water District. They have committee structures. It's 2 board members, but it's not a mini board. It's not formal. And I think this gentleman's given you a lot of good advice, perspectives today. And you just need a structure that facilitates that.
Mhm.
And I won't put staff online because you do 2 runs each month, or my God, you gotta go to 3 committees on a formal process of presentation. And then you got your board meetings, and God forbid if you have a special board meeting, right? And if you could use the outreach to the ratepayer to facilitate early consultation, not of advice perspective. My 2 cents.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So when you're saying informal, so then are you saying there wouldn't be an agenda?
Oh, no, there'll be an agenda.
There has to be, it has to be.
Yeah.
It's a Brown Act agenda.
No. Final suggestion, so restore staff, they're back one time. Restore staff, we own all the aircraft carriers in the world and all the naval airplanes. We made it a distinction about the type of meetings we were having. Some meetings were decision meetings, some were informational. So we knew coming into the staff meeting what the tone was going to be, and that really helped expedite things. And then we also had stand-up meetings when the admiral wanted to keep it short. Nobody sat down. We stood around the table and you just went around the room and we chewed an hour off of those meetings.
I'm sorry, I'm still not clear. So are you saying then how we have it now? The people on the committees do a voting, they do a recommendation to the board. Then are we saying, Lisa, then you want to get rid of the public still is able to participate, but they are not able to vote, and it's up to the 2 board members to decide what should be
No,
done?
information and discussion. Committees, subcommittees are information and discussion. There isn't voting, there isn't, it's information and discussion.
Right, but as I'm just trying to.
We don't need a committee to tell the board how we should vote or what they recommend we vote. It's information and discussion. So the public gets a more informal process to ask board member questions, their elected representatives. They get to hear things from the horse's mouth. They get to listen in on what's being discussed and in a very informal setting without time limits, without a formal bureaucratic process. And that's about how I don't know a single public agency that runs their subcommittee meetings this way.
Well, again, I'm just talking.
Yeah.
I always thought it was nice the way we did it. The reason my thought process was, when you have like Flint, when he would come up and he would inform the board their almost kind of the vote, and they also tell us what they recommend. Me as a board member, I like then going back to the ratepayer and say, well, this committee of all ratepayers told us and they advised us.
Correct.
And I'd like that being able to talk a conversation with my local constituents that, well, we have a ratepayers and they've got together and they've informed us what they think.
Right.
And what I'm worried about is if you take that away from them, then what voice do they really have?
So there's a response to that. And that's the responsibility of the committee members as board members, is when we have a discussion item and there has been issues or contention or concerns from the community, those board members then share with their colleagues at the board meeting what that input was, rather than having someone come to a podium and tell you how they voted. That information is then translated by those board member representatives from the committee to the board as a whole during the public directors meeting.
So one of the changes you could potentially implement is instead of having, if you will, the chair of the committee do the report, that the board member does the report. And by the way, when I first came on the board, I was on the communications committee and I did the reports. All right. And the only difference is I actually like having the committee members do the report back. You know,
Well,
having been in both
the board
positions.
members would be the committee members.
Yeah, but I think that's a mistake. Just
Patty, what
sorry
would you
about
say?
it. I think it's a
Yeah.
mistake. I
So-
think you're going to get throwback. I think you're going to get a lot of pressure from the ratepayers to not to. And I will admit, I know our committee structure is very unique. But it was unique for a purpose. And have we outlived that purpose? That's a different question.
Well, and there's other pieces to this, aside from the fact that it's very restrictive, it's very selective, it's very bureaucratic. It's
Intimidating.
also very onerous on staff. I mean, I think it was mentioned before that essentially we're having a board meeting every week. Staff is basically doing all the pre-preparation for a formal meeting every single week. That's 4 meetings a month. That's all the advance work, all of the slide presentations. That's 4 to 5 staff sometimes in one of these committee meetings for as long as 4 to 5 hours.
And
Then you have post-meeting directives sometimes that come out of committee meetings where committees are actually giving staff direction. And I don't think that's a good place for us to be with precious human resources that make up the majority of our budget, to be subjecting them possibly to deliverables based on committee meetings. So
Greg, I hear what you're saying. I've asked Jake specifically, do you perceive that there would be any reduction or savings in staff time changing from?
I do. Because these should be more
Well,
informal meetings.
Yeah, I think, you know, what was mentioned before, I think having 2 board members and transferring a lot to the consent calendar would probably like
Save some time.
I think sitting in a round table and having Rick have unlimited talk time might extend things a bit. That's a joke.
You'll be on my committee, Rick. I'll control you.
And there have been times, I mean, there have been times where we've been asked for things and things like that. So, I think potentially there could be, I think there could be some savings on staff time. I think there's probably a lot to be said about that, just the transfer. If you've got 40% of the board that goes, hey, we have no issues with this and everything and trust, go on. There's those things. To be honest, we're probably gonna prepare for an informal meeting, not all dissimilar than what we would prepare for a committee meeting. Again, a little less formal, so we could probably tone down things a little bit. But if we're gonna be sitting in front of 2 board members, we're probably gonna do some pretty good preparation anyways. But I think there's some. I do think there's some.
I think it's marginal and you have to outweigh that relative to perspective, and if you want to go that way, why just limit it to 2 board members? Why not have the whole board?
Because those become study sessions essentially, and I don't think that's the goal here, is to create full 3 study sessions. Again, I'm trying to base it on how successful subcommittees have worked for the majority of public agencies. I don't see why they couldn't work successfully for this
Yeah,
agency
but
as well.
if you go the forward direction, then essentially almost everything comes to the consent calendar is a slam dunk. on
Not
the bottom.
necessarily. No, that
Or is a slam dunk because it's already been informational. I talked to several people at Aqua about their committee structure and what they felt was the most effective. And the recommendation I got was the Elsinore model.
Which was what?
Huh? They have their committee members is all board members. It's informational only. Okay. The board of directors can make input back to staff in terms of do additional research, but when it comes to the board for a decision at a formal board meeting where a vote is taken, it's basically a slam dunk because everybody knows everything. You don't have any questions to ask. There's not a lot of discussion required.
How many people go to those?
I don't know how many. I just asked in your committee structures, what have you found effective and what do other people do?
If
And I had two people tell me about Elsinore.
I'm not completely opposed to that, I don't, I mean, in principle, I think you're falling more in line with my thought process on that. If it's just an issue of, are we including two board members and keeping it from a majority versus having 5 board members at these committee meetings, there might be some room for discussion on that. I think in principle, though, that would sort of work toward what I'm hoping to get. Again, part of the process and part of the problem that I see is in this bureaucratic process is we're trying to create this so-called group of quote citizen representatives, which have to come to 3 committee meetings before they can be considered by a committee. Then the committee of so-called advisor ratepayers vote on which other ratepayers can then become part of the process, which then comes to the board to decide if those ratepayers can now be quote ratepayer advocates for the community. And then after that, assuming they get elected, now they have to go through FPPC filing, so they become subject to California law under the Fair Political Practices Act and the governed under the Code of Ethics. This is what we're asking for, just Joe Ratepayer to come to a meeting, to listen, to talk. I mean, and then on top of all that, we're limiting it to 7 people and saying only 7 people from the community are allowed to really participate in the so-called advisory process.
Yeah. We can change
I
that
just think-
limitation.
We can change things, Greg.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be an all or nothing. Like I'm thinking in my head, let's make the meetings in the evening again.
And in
Like we're
9,
doing with our board meeting.
and in 9 years, I've never heard, I have absolutely zero recall of us denying a person who wanting to participate on the committee the option to do so. In fact, most of the time we're struggling to try to get to 7. And I think part of that is the time that those meetings are held, which is, can be adjustable.
Why does it matter
That
if
can be
Rick
changed.
sits out there during communication customer service meeting or Rick sits up here?
All the seats are taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why I can't just go sit over there and us just talk about the agenda items. Why they have to be appointed committee members.
Typically, subcommittee meetings are for information and discussion, not for voting.
And
that's
part of the
purpose.
vetting process had to do with history, in which there was shenanigans under the table. Vested interest.
I gotta know what these shenanigans are.
Well, there's no shenanigans anymore.
Say,
How
Patty,
did y'all come up with 2 board members? Just
Three's
curious.
a quorum, so it's.
Quorum is-
But what's wrong with 1? I mean, we have 3 committees
The
that
thing-
meet
I
now.
feel
There's
weird.
only 5 of
Yeah.
us.
I would feel weird about, I can do one, but I feel weird putting something on consent calendar by myself.
I think staff would probably struggle a little bit with that too.
Yeah.
Like with 2,
I don't know that you,
It goes back to Director Mack's question as feedback. So if you've got 2 directors that are sitting in a subcommittee meeting, getting input from the public, and during the directors meeting, that agenda item comes up and there was some questions coming from the public. It's easier for the 2 board members to kind of help fill in those unknowns
both
if
heard it.
questions arise during the board meeting. And that's the model that most agencies use, is two elected members to run those subcommittee meetings.
my only thing, one, I want Patty to speak because every time it seems like she wants to say something, she gets interrupted. So I want her to say something. But that being said, my only concern, what you're saying about the 2 people, is what if both committee or board members went to deaf ear and there might have been 1 or 2 people of the people really adamant about something and our board members, not saying, but this is all hypothetically, obviously, that they didn't write it down as they thought it was all that important, then you could then theoretically have that 3-minute slip thing where they come and say, that was not what was said.
That happens now, though. I mean, we sometimes only get the minority opinion coming out of a committee meeting. We don't always get the dissent opinion. We get the recommendation, but there might have been a committee of 7 people and 5 might have been against it, or 3 might have been against it and 5 might have been for it.
I agree with that, but like, for example, we had that recently, Flint, I think he said it was a 4-3 vote and I really trust Flint. He really gave both sides. And I kind of like that. And that's.
But you don't trust board members to give both.
No. Well, again, I'm talking about ratepayers. And ratepayers, I really want to listen to the ratepayers and anyone that donates their time because they're not getting paid. I want to be able to hear what their thoughts are.
And that's why you would be assigned to a committee.
Are you on a board committee right now?
Mm-mm.
So if you want to hear them so bad, then why are you not on the board?
I didn't say I want to hear them now, but I'm just saying. I want them
'Cause it
to
gets
give
us
feedback.
forward.
I'd like Flint to come up and tell me what their thought process.
I don't understand why there's less ratepayers if we don't do the committee meeting, the appointed committee. There's still, I hope Flint still comes. I want to hear Flint's opinion. I'm just going to be sitting over there with another board member and not up here with a gavel.
Just do the Field of Dreams month.
They will come.
I like to build it, get the word out that, you know, it's encouraged for ratepayers to attend. We'd like to hear from you, maybe call it a meeting town hall or something, but try the format and see how it
Yeah.
goes. And-
I'm open to
and
that.
I
Yeah.
believe too, that having two sets of people here is probably important, just because we're human and we hear what we hear, we miss what we miss. And, you know, like today, I went to the effort of a written outline,
Mhm.
just so that it was a record, because you
Mhm.
have a lot. Thank God you're not at the San Diego County Water. You've seen 360 pages.
Oh my,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they do it.
yeah.
Yeah, and a couple of things. I mean, I think to the general manager's comments about doing the same amount of work, I definitely think these types of committees can be streamlined a lot. You know, the whole notion of a meeting run by Robert's Rules of Order is very intimidating. I've been in this business probably longer than anybody here. And residents are intimidated when you've got a dais and people with speaker limits and gavels and Robert's Rules of Order. When you say people won't show up, a lot of times it's because it's intimidating. You don't realize that, but Joe Public feels very uncomfortable coming up to a microphone, giving a certain amount of time to people sitting behind a dais, and a round table, a more informal setting where it's discussion, it's question and answer. It's being able to have informal access to directors, their elected representatives, to ask questions and to get responses. And then bring those questions and those responses back to the board meeting, I think is the most effective way to run these meetings. That's why the majority of public agencies run them this way.
Patty, do you have any comments?
I'm just not that unhappy with how it works today.
I think,
I'm not sure if we would get more ratepayers this way. I think if we maybe change the time, like we're changing our board meeting times, I think we could give that a try. But I really don't have any issues with the way the committees are structured now.
But I do,
and I don't either. And to build on her comment, and some of your comments is get rid of the formal dices, rearrange the chair.
Right,
change the
modify.
time, do some incremental changes that move in the direction you're talking about without necessarily jumping into the deep end and finding out, oh, that's not working either.
and I like the idea of maybe eliminating, I didn't know there was only 7. I mean, I forgot if there want to be 20 people here, I think all 20 people should be able to voice their opinion.
Mhm.
I don't think there should ever be a limit on how many people should be able to talk in a committee.
So we're going to have 20 people that go through this process of making committee members.
No, there wouldn't, it'd be. you
We
don't
can
have-
change
you don't
that,
have to
right.
elect.
That's
I
what he's
think
saying.
that should be thrown out. I
Right.
think people who want to attain, I really like your idea, what'd you call it, town hall or something like that? I like that. I like that idea. That sounds friendly and they'll come up. I didn't know there was only 7 people. I know, if people want to get involved and 20 want to show up, all 20 should be able to voice their opinion, not limited to 7.
Okay.
Mhm.
And how do you
How do
go
you do
about
that?
How do you go about that? Like, give me a
Change
vision of
the-
how you see that playing out in real life.
I would just say that like Patty, I didn't know we had such a problem. I'll be the first one because I don't go to the committees. I don't know. But if they seem, when Flint comes up, it seems that it's going well. My only change I'd like to see is it be informal. I like to be able to have
Less formal.
yeah, less formal and open it up. I mean, there shouldn't be any limit on anyone who wants to participate. I mean,
So then the ratepayer, the committee members, there's like
So-
the hierarchy of committee members and then people that are in the audience are less ratepayers.
no, I wouldn't even have
The committee.
the seven. I'd get rid of it.
Okay.
That's exactly what.
That's what we're
Oh,
saying.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Two
what.
directors.
Well, I'm not saying two directors. I'm just saying kind of like a hybrid, like I like it or it seems to be working. I just want to be able to open the door to as many people who want to participate, not limited to 7.
Right, but somebody still has to be
Running.
managing. the
Managing,
meeting.
yeah. How do you do the report out?
Based on what you're saying is, and I agree with everything you're saying, is the only difference is for purposes of leadership, those more informal meetings that open that tent up to any ratepayer that wants to participate would be chaired by 2 board members.
And
Or it could be chaired by a ratepayer committee too.
That's what we have now.
Yeah.
And how do we determine who that's going to be and how is that determined?
well, couldn't you let the
And right back in the
people,
same boat.
couldn't you let the people who show up? I'm sure most people would probably be the same amount of people. Couldn't they elect their person they want to talk to the board? Or no, you don't.
No,
There's no
because that
voting.
would change from time to
There's
time.
no
You need some sort of formal structure.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry.
So you take 2 of you to the committee, and then you're responsible for gathering information, consolidating it, and then sharing it with your other board members. I think that's the right path. The problem is now, like engineering, it's just got too formal, where I'm not sure there is a dialogue there. There's a layer that's involved in the communication.
Rick, not to interrupt you, but all your participation in engineering committees, how many other ratepayers have?
Not a lot. And that's the problem.
And
And I have
by the way, that's universal for all the committees.
apathy's killing us.
Okay. And I don't think it has to do with the formal structure. I think it has to do with the time that the meetings are held.
There's several, you guys have touched on many things, and even your formal board meetings to make them later in the evening. Maybe you catch more people. The demographics here, better than I do. But I think trying something, tweaking it a little bit where we're not doing speaker slips at committee meetings. I never quite understood voting on committee members, that whole vetting process. I think that could be diminished. I don't want to name names here, but just to have it more of an open forum at the committee meetings, attracting ratepayers. And we know we're coming, and it's not just a horizontal bitch session. We've got 2 board members, and we can actually have a constructive dialogue and hopefully take the message in further and maybe get some feedback. Just have that communication work a little better.
You don't think that could be done by a ratepayer chair as opposed to? a
Yeah,
board
you
member?
could name a ratepayer chair of a committee. I think one person be the chair and maybe an alternate. I don't know, where do you stop it? But we have a formal election and you all are elected and that's why you're getting paid the big bucks.
But the committees are advisory to the board.
Yes,
You know,
that's what I'm saying.
It's no different than hiring Rodney as a consultant.
Your goal, and I've run this to a lot of executive suites, C-suites. How much information is missing at the C-suite? What's happening down here out in the field, even among your own staff? I brought up, we're talking to some of the staff this week about, so the chain of command or the formal communications is breaking down. What's the fail-safe here for employees? We use a thing called a commanding officer suggestion box. I hear, oh yeah, there's a suggestion box here. I said, who opens it? Oh, HR opens it. No, if you really want to talk to the front office, because there's something wrong in between, there should be a little lockbox that only Jake opens up. So he gets whoever wants to bypass the chain of command, something's broken if there's a lot in his box. But it's better that he finds out about it than not. So the same concept, and he may get something in his box and then he redirects it, department head or something, hey, go fix this.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'm just saying, we need
violating
to attract
chain of
more
command-
people.
Violating chain of command and the organization you came out of is
It's
almost career ending.
Yeah,
That's
I've
the
worked in
box,
both. I've worked in corporate.
Most private organizations I've been in, if you had a problem with your manager, you went to his boss. You didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, that's a different, so the other thing that would really enhance communication is if we took that little building outside and made a little tiki bar.
So you want.
So Rick's in it for the snacks and the drinks. Okay, we got that.
So it sounds, I mean, what's,
And I'm gonna have to run, I apologize, but I think this is a great
Rick,
discussion.
thanks for your
I
input.
really appreciate you.
I appreciate your input on all the items.
Jake, before you get
So what
going,
can I
I
apply
just
for
have
my
one final
neighbor?
comment.
Yeah.
I think we're getting a little wrapped around the axle on the whole idea of chairmanship. And again, these are information and discussion meetings. There's no formal process that we're going to go through as a chairman. It's really just having the elected leadership sit in on those subcommittee meetings to listen to what the public has to say and to report that to the board. And if we're worried about participation, meaning people will only participate if they're given certain elevated roles, I would disagree with that. I think that perhaps with some outreach through community services, advertising, and trying to let people know that, this process is open to all ratepayers. It's an informal process. I think you might see participation actually increase, not decrease, from an elected small group of people that we've ordained as the so-called voice of the ratepayers. I don't think that's efficient. I don't think it's working very well.
So it sounds like the proposal is 2 more members assigned to a committee, right?
And I think 2 committees, maybe the customer service can be quarterly or be sometimes merged with something else. It doesn't need to meet every month.
Yeah, I think generally that's kind of, yeah, we could formalize that.
So I'm
We've
saying
only been meeting about
Board
once
members
every
might
other
be
month
like, well,
too.
that's a lot of meetings.
And there seems to be some agreement, I guess, two board members, some agreement, maybe some not. But more informal setting. So Dias goes away and talk, and it seems like that's kind of across the board. At least I think we kind of
Yeah.
agree on that,
Yep.
maybe these things have gotten a little too formal and that kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, it'd be nice if we got to some kind of an agreement because it is codified. It's in our admin
In the
code, kind of
code.
how these committees are formed.
Yep.
It wouldn't take, well, it's going to take some work, but it wouldn't be by January to actually implement some of these things. I guess I just want to be clear on kind of what we're after here. If we want to go that direction, happy to do that. But I think that's what I'm hearing. 2 board members, more open. So, less formal, time limits, those kind of things kind of go away. I think everything else would kind of stay the same, right? We're going to create the agenda. They do still have to be agendized, their Brown Act meeting.
Simplified agenda, just what the discussion item is.
And that's kind of what's being proposed, I guess. Yeah.
Are we voting on that or?
I
Okay.
think the vote would actually be on well,
I think that maybe the directors work with staff, come up with a proposal and bring that back to the January board meeting for consideration and discussion.
Because I can tell you right now, my position is I'm willing to tweak the existing structure first before I go the other direction.
Well, what is tweaking?
Taking the 7-member
look-
limit out for one.
Well,
Maybe changing the hours of the committee meetings for 2.
take a more formal informal setting for the
Right.
meetings. Those are all things that can be done under the existing admin code or with some minor tweaks to the admin code. and see how that works. You know, if we go to the 6 o'clock committee meetings, for example, and nobody comes, why continue to punish ourselves with all that extra time?
Yeah, the
Well-
committee meetings are a little more problematic for staff too. I mean, the board meetings
That's fine.
once a month, but having the committee meetings
Meeting.
late.
Committee meetings are usually held during the day.
Yeah.
I've noticed that. I don't have a problem with that.
You can come in on Zoom too.
Well,
And Therese will be there doing all the minutes to the meeting still?
Yes.
Right, so if you're worried about like there being some pushback and you want to hear that, you could read the minutes from the meeting too. But if there's two board members, we're
Right.
like, we're coming to you with what was said, everybody was pretty much on board with this. You know, so this is going on
And,
consent.
and you're not open to have the meetings later?
I think for now, I'm okay with subcommittee meetings being held during the day at one
Okay.
o'clock. I don't have a problem with that. I think maybe we take things incrementally too. And at
I've
this
been-
point, I think the bigger concern that I have is that we have a very formal, very bureaucratic, very limited and restrictive process in hand that I think it diminishes the community's willingness to participate as opposed to enhance it. So my bigger concern is making this process less formal, discussion and information primarily, and have the leadership that the people elected kind of steering that process. We can use the term chairmanship, but really you're just steering the discussion and keeping the meeting in order.
But the only thing, go back to maybe making them later. Cause you really hit something home with me when you said something earlier today about making the meetings at 6, because it's really anything before 6 is basically for retired people. So, isn't that kind of like the same thing? If you leave it at those times, it's the people that aren't working or that are retired or are going to be able to come to this committee. It's the people that are working out there that their voice is not really being heard.
That's not as important to me. And your point's well taken. I can't take issue with that, but again, that's not as important an issue to me as kind of reducing the formality and bureaucracy of the current process. What time that actually meets is not as important to me. But right now, I just think the process is very stifling, very bureaucratic and very selective. And I don't think it's a good and healthy system. And I don't think it's encouraging greater community participation. I think it's limiting it.
But don't you think the time at, let's say 1 o'clock is limiting how many people can come?
Like I said, I don't have an issue with the time. I'm open to whatever
Jake, have
time.
you had the meetings later before in districts that you've been at?
I've been through where we've attempted to do that, right? Moved them to the evening.
Was there more participation?
No, it ended up getting moved back. I can't say that's exactly what would happen here. I just, I mean, my thought is those committee meetings typically do involve more select staff, depending on the subject matter and that kind of thing. They are a great ground for, to be honest, staff training to present and, and do those things. So we really like to do those things. If we're going to have, 3 or 4 meetings a month at 6 o'clock, I think we're going to limit some of that because I can't have
Yeah.
8-10 people staying 3 times, it's just not fair to them and their families too. So I have some concerns there, but that, I mean, we want participation. I'm for whatever would bring that. But we would have on staff side, we would have to manage that a little bit. Yeah.
I feel like we should publicize, and I don't know what we do, but publicize like flashing on your phone or sending a text to people, customer service communication meeting Tuesday, please come. Do you know what I mean? Get a cookie. I don't know, whatever. But reminding them, and let's just play with it. Let's just see. I mean, no news is good news. I mean, if they're not coming, then they must be happy. I mean, not necessarily, but they're not,
And there's truth to that, I mean, if people are generally satisfied, then
See a
that
reason to
we
show
may
up.
have limited participation. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It means that people, for the most part, are satisfied. But
Greg?
if there are people in the community, including those who are anointed as existing community committee members, I hope that they continue to participate in the process, that a title doesn't necessarily dissuade them from having an interest in the community and interest in the district. So it doesn't diminish anything. Everyone still has the ability, if they're truly interested, to attend.
Hey, Greg, I don't have a whole lot to do with the E&O committee. I know my husband goes there, but have you ever had an issue where there was more than 7 people that wanted to be on that committee but were denied?
No, I've been here for
Okay.
8 months. I have not.
So we
The
don't
answer is
really,
no.
okay, so we don't really think that one issue has to be changed. We've already talked about the time frame. We're going to keep that the same. You just, would it be what you want is more informal setting?
No, I think I hopefully articulated what it is that I think works, and that's akin to what almost every public agency does. That you have a very informal committee process that's led by 2 board members to receive input from the public and to engage them in an informal discussion in a roundtable setting to try to create a bigger tent for people to feel comfortable participating in the process instead of this very formal, very rigid, very selective bureaucratic process. And I do think that would be a huge reduction in staff time. If it's set up in such a way that we're not having this very formal process with these very formal presentations. I mean, I don't think anybody understands how much time it takes staff to put together these PowerPoints and all this backup.
It does, the staff reports and,
Yeah.
and time, it is,
And-
there's a lot of time.
And,
There's
and
no
in
doubt.
my experience, the subcommittee meetings don't have that level of presentation. That's held for board meetings. A lot of it is just, hand out a piece of paper, a discussion. Hey, this is an item that's coming up. We want to discuss it. We want to brief you on it. We don't want the public to necessarily have to weed through an agenda packet that's 300 pages long. Who does that? No one. So you're kind of reducing the complexity of this process down to a level where people can actually understand it and engage and participate in it.
So are you saying then, you made a comment earlier, Patty, that you heard the same thing earlier in your committee. So are you saying they wouldn't go in that much in depth of, I don't know, video, slides? They wouldn't be getting any of that in the committees? Is that what you're kind of saying? Is that by informal?
You know what? I think that each committee will operate individually based on that board member's representation of that committee. I would like to think that I don't need a 300-page agenda packet for a committee meeting. I don't need a 40-minute PowerPoint presentation for a committee meeting. I just need somebody to tell me kind of what is the item, what is it that we're trying to accomplish, what are we bringing forward to the board, and have a discussion, a very informal discussion. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, it probably varies, it probably varies some, right? Some things I think you definitely would be able to, if we're going through, hey, it's the first time we're gonna go through this year's fiscal year budget, there's probably still gonna be a presentation, right? We're gonna go through slides and things like that. But maybe on the lighter items, yeah, we probably could cut down some things.
And to your point on that, for something like that, but to Hayden's point, that might be a study session. We might want to have that as
Separate, kind of a
we used to have a budget
five-member,
workshop.
yeah,
It was a
workshop.
Study
Yeah.
session, because it was
Yeah.
important
Which
enough
we've done.
to bring all
Yeah.
5 members without voting, but just information to go over the budget. Maybe that's how we've set up that meeting, because it's such a meaty topic.
Yeah. Well, what can we agree on?
Well,
Well, I for one don't want to get rid of Carlene and Amanda as a committee. They are just so enlightening. I feel like it's not all these number crunching and stuff like that. They tell us what they're doing out in the community, and I really like that.
And that'll continue.
Happy committees. We want
Happy committees.
They're not going anywhere. I mean, Amanda, you come with such a great presentation for customer service
Finance.
and communication, but it doesn't have to be, and Josh left, but there's a 5-second wait time, 3-minute wait time. Like, I don't know if you have to get into the weeds with that meeting so much, but you have to get your presentation together.
So,
But,
I
but
mean-
that presentation, in essence, the committee is a preparatory.
Maybe we
thing
can do an
for the
ad hoc.
board.
Right, if she's already done it, then
So,
she's prepping, but
it'll be fine too. She may make a couple of changes to it, but based on committee feedback.
Yeah, I would say with relating to specifically to the customer service and communications committee meeting, the feedback we get from the group is helpful to inform our communication strategy, right? We take that input and it becomes future newsletter articles, it becomes, press releases or pages for our website. So that's really helpful. But the cadence for us would be just as helpful quarterly as it is monthly. So less frequently, that would help reduce the staff time.
Yep.
And we would still be getting really helpful input. And then, the quarterly reports, we do our strategic plan updates quarterly. We do the customer service call metrics quarterly. Those things we do quarterly already.
Ready.
So that would just create, it would alleviate the staff time, continue to get good input in whatever format the board decides to do it. But that would definitely work for staff, and we'd still keep that input, but maybe just less frequently. So, but I'm speaking only for that committee.
That's
That's
the
the
one
one
I'm
I'm
on,
involved
so,
in.
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well,
In my experience too, that the ratepayer input on some of the ideas and concepts for communication, the chair of that committee is a marketing person. You get a lot of ideas and feedbacks on things you may not consider otherwise.
And I would consider that to continue
Yeah.
when they
Well,
come to the quarterly meetings. Because they
I don't know that
love
they'll
to give
continue
their
to come.
input.
I'm not convinced that that'll happen, but
Can I make a couple suggestions maybe to move things forward? We could go a couple different ways. I think there is some common ground, it sounds like, to kind of work on here that maybe we can kind of build on that. Board, whatever you guys like to do. We could create an ad hoc. So if a couple board members wanted to work with staff to kind of propose, go through the policy and propose some changes, we could do it that way. If you want staff to just go back and based on the feedback, put together a couple of options, we could do that.
I'm
But
fine,
just
I'm fine with staff putting together some options.
Okay.
I do like the quarterly thing. It's the first time I heard that. That's not a bad.
Well, we'll just write that in then.
I think staff has heard a lot of information. I think
Yes.
from that, they can synthesize down maybe 2 options that they can bring back for discussion in January and consideration.
Yeah. In January, we're actually supposed to populate those committees.
We might defer it.
Okay. And we could do that, or within the 2 options, we'll just kind of format it and we can take it from there. But
Can I help work on it with you?
well, that would be more the ad hoc. I think probably if
Right.
we're going to have, then we should probably have a couple of members if we're going to do that.
Do you want to do it
Well,
together, Patty?
What do you think, Greg? I think you and Greg should do it.
I'd be willing to sit on an
Yeah.
ad hoc committee
You're
and,
passionate about this whole thing. See.
and I think.
I don't have a
and I
problem
think-
with that either.
And I think that given the fact that Director Hoffman brought up this as an agenda item, she should probably be on that also.
Well,
And again, it's going to come back for discussion and consideration.
But it'll be a little more concise
Yes.
than all these
Yeah.
ideas
It was a
flying
lot.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
Okay.
think, Matt?
the only thing, and what I'm going to say, please don't be offended,
Okay.
because this is to all of us. I'm a firm believer at this present time, the board is 2, 2, and 1. And don't take this wrong, but I truly believe if either you or Greg is on the ad hoc, you need to have either Patty or Hamilton
Or you.
or I, because then you're going to have
More balance.
both views.
That's
So
why I said to Patty, do you want to be on it?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I think you have the most experience here.
Yeah.
Longevity.
Well,
Is
Pat,
that
why don't
something you could
it
do?
with Greg? Or sure.
She's
from-
pointing him.
Or Mac do it with Greg.
I.
How about I volunteer for that?
There you go.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think somebody who has more experience.
So Director Hamilton, Director Irvine? Sure.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Again, what I
We need
just
a
said,
vote
it's
to
not,
create
not
the ad
to
hoc?
do any of
We need a vote.
Yeah, we should do.
For an ad hoc committee?
Actually, for the ad hoc committee, we'll have to do a vote, for Stanley committee, but.
So the
it
motion
might be
is,
good to,
the motion is to appoint an ad hoc committee to study the committee structure and architecture. I so move.
I second.
Moved by Hamilton, seconded by Townsend Smith. All those in favor?
I,
Aye.
Opposed?
Is this for the ad hoc?
Yes.
I don't like the people that are doing the ad hoc. It's not that I don't
So
like
you voted nay, is what you said on the motion.
No, I want an ad hoc.
Yeah.
But I don't want the people.
I don't
I'm
know
the
if you have
one
a
that brought
choice
it.
of that.
What?
I don't think you have the choice of who's on an ad hoc committee.
But I brought the motion. I want to be on it.
Okay. Which you are.
And I asked you and you said no.
Not that unhappy with things the way they're running now. So I don't think I'd contribute all that much.
So how about Mac? Mac.
That's fine.
What's
Okay.
wrong with Hamilton?
Well, I have an objection to that. Mac has never sat on a committee in 9 years.
Oh,
That's true.
yes, that's-
He's
He has no,
He'd be
I-
perfect then.
I don't know anything about the committee.
that could be a perspective you looked at too, yeah.
But you have a different perspective than me, but yet we have some common ground. So I don't want to be like, someone that's going to be a yes man. I would like to hear your.
Is there a limit to how many people can be on an ad hoc
Yes.
committee?
You know,
It's only three?
Quorum.
3 is a quorum and then you can't have a quorum.
Okay.
We should have ratepayers on our ad hoc committee.
we could do it, or
That too.
we could do a workshop. Would you rather do a workshop? Have all 5 again? Separate workshop, early January, maybe?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm fine with that.
I'm
Is
fine
that,
with
is that better?
Okay.
We'll
So
sch-
think
we'll
about
schedule
this.
that,
Yeah.
cancel the motion, however that.
All right, so we'll schedule it. We'll
We'll
schedule
schedule a workshop.
Just
Okay.
decide.
And we'll try to,
Sounds good.
staff will bring some stuff.
Okay.
To try to.
I'd like to make a motion to dissolve the ad hoc committee. I mean, we had a motion on the floor and a second and a vote, as I recall,
Yeah. so-
with an objection after the vote.
I don't know what.
So we have to rescind the ad hoc committee.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's do that.
Needs a second.
Go for it.
so the motion to dissolve the ad hoc committee is made by Director Hamilton, seconded by Director Irvine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Workshop to be scheduled in January. Good discussion.
Information items.
Where are we?
Oh, God.
Item
We're
number 11.
We're on-
I'm done.
Operations report, engineering report, administrative services report, and financial services, finance report.
All the reports are in there. If there's any questions.
No questions from here. Any other questions? Discussion? Do we have to move to accept it or not?
No.
It's not even an action item.
Information, yeah.
Reports and comments, general manager's report.
I'll just bypass this month. There's nothing critical on mine.
Okay.
Legal counsel.
Thank you, President Hamilton.
What
Yeah, and in the interest of time, maybe I'll.
Better be
also
good.
Just forgo mine, it's written report there proposes to significantly reduce the scope of the federal court's jurisdiction and EPA and the Army Corps are.
Subject to litigation and final decision January 5th.
That's right. That's right. If you want to get into it a little bit, yeah, the totally proposing to revise what's been the definition of waters of the United States under the Clean Water Act. When the Clean Water Act was first introduced, it was supposed to be for the federal court to have jurisdiction, a navigable water body, meaning you can actually, navigate a large boat through the water. But over the years, it's become so diluted, after, multiple different presidential administrations that the navigable water body was essentially eliminated, and it got so broad that it could be, not even connected to a water body, but if it could potentially reach a water body, even if only intermittently, the federal government could assert its jurisdiction. And, it got somewhat, a lot of press attention when President Trump was running for office, for the most recent term. He said the Clean Water Act regulations have become so broad, and so ambiguous and beyond the scope of the original intent that arguably a puddle could be regulated, under the regulations. So, he vowed to make changes, and essentially this is what this proposes to do, reducing the scope of the federal court's jurisdiction. Some of the more notable changes, groundwater will be completely excluded. Would have to be a standing or, continuously flowing body of surface water, flowing year round. At least during the wet season, you need continuous surface connection, which they defined as having surface water at least during the wet season, and it would actually have to abut or, touch navigable water. Exactly. It would exclude wastewater treatment systems, exclude prior converted croplands, ditches. And that was particularly in respect to the prior rules that would say, even if you have an irrigation ditch that only received water briefly, like during a storm event or, after snow melt, that under the most recent regulations would have been covered. It excludes that as well. Yeah, but to your point, Director Hamilton, the Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC, just said flat out they're suing. They think it improperly narrows the scope and that it will place wetlands and ephemeral streams at risk. They're specifically referring to those, streams that only during and after immediate rain or snow melt would be impacted. So yeah, right. This is the proposal, but there will be litigation by NRDC and possibly others. There's a 45-day public comment. They're hearing comments until January 5th, 2026, if anybody is interested in commenting on it, but yeah, that's summary of the report.
The problem here is to some degree is Trump derangement syndrome, might be called. Trump came in his first term, he changed WOTUS definitions. Biden unchanged all of those. Trump's put them back. What's going to happen with the next administration when there's a flip-flop? This is a can of worms that is ongoing.
Absolutely.
In terms of definitions. But thank you for the report.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
I actually attended an Aqua hearing on that, which was, no, it was the BPK report, interesting enough on what was happening legislatively. And they spent a lot of time on WOTUS, and it was like, take a coin, flip it in the air. Board member comments. Director Mack?
Yeah, I would just like to thank Robert. When I came home from Aqua on Thursday, I went home off of Huntley and I saw rainbow trucks everywhere. And Robert told me he was out there since 1:30 in the morning. What was it, 16-inch thing? What did he say? It was a big line.
16-inch, yeah.
Yeah, 16-inch. And so I want to thank them. And then he wanted to tell me that, oh yeah, and there's 2 more on Rice Canyon right down the road, which I would like to have information, which I had no idea. He informed me that I think he said that you've drained like 4 tanks because we're not using water.
That's what I was talking about, the operational challenges because of.
And I didn't know that, but what was interesting, I said, then what caused the blow up? Is like all of a sudden, and he goes, yeah, we're looking into that. So when we find out what caused the rise in pressure in the pipes that blow the lines, can we find out what caused that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really fascinating. That's
Director Irvine.
Yeah, just that I noticed in the newsletter, we now have a around the district column with
Is that not too corny? Not too
our
corny?
famous general manager front and center. So thank you for adding that section. I thought the explanation that you gave on the water rate increase was really helpful, really clear, and easy for the public to read and understand. So thank you for that. My hope only is that you put a picture on there that people can actually see you rather than these murky. I want to see that airbrushed photo right on that page. So, but no, but actually that's a great addition. Thank you for adding it. And it's good that the community gets to see who their general manager is.
Patty?
I have no comments.
I guess I
Lisa?
haven't talked to you guys since the last, whenever we met in November, but I went on that Colorado Aqueduct trip. So I appreciate how I got on that. I know Mac, you want to go on that. It was super educational and really enjoyed it. Know a lot more about water, and where it comes from. So appreciate it. It's incredible.
Okay, I found Aqua very interesting. I hope that all those attended got as much out of it as I think I did. What I basically have is, welcome to Senate, Bill 827, local agency official fiscal and financial training. We are now required by state law to receive approved physical and financial training every 2 years, just like AB 123 and sexual harassment. Starting January 1st. The fortunate thing for all of us is we have 2 years to complete the training, and then it's repeated every 2 years. For those board members or elected officials, starting after January 1st, they have 6 months to take the training. So don't know exactly what the training entails, but it's a new state legislated law that we have to comply with. Board reports, CSDA.
Well, we did have a CSDA quarterly meeting a couple weeks ago, and the gentleman was from San Diego funding. Very fascinating that they generate revenue to take care of things in San Diego, and it was funny because I remember he was talking about how I did do that, give money to God, now I don't remember what they called it years ago, but and then they said they've taken it over, and it was very interesting. I did ask him a question about homeless, which he didn't really answer the question, but it's very fascinating. It's nice to know that there's agencies out there that are, and I think when they had over $1 billion that they don't even touch. It's just they're getting
live off the interest.
Yeah, the interest. I mean, that is so cool. So I mean, it's nice to know that
1.4. I wonder if they could be a potential funding source for ratepayer relief. You know, and the hardship issue.
Yeah, they said they were looking to give funds. So something to look into.
Yeah.
But that was it on that.
EMWD.
Not a lot to report there. EMWD, they did host a event this month, just honoring Devin Napatahe, retiring general manager from MWD, and so attended that, and it was a good event. I do believe that Eastern is going to come. I don't know if it's is it January, Therese?
They were given a list of dates for next year, but
Okay.
I'll have to update them for.
So they actually want to come and give the board an update on what's
Yes.
going on at Eastern and Met and that kind of thing. So Teresa's working with them to I know we get a quarterly ad hoc meeting, but they wanted to come down and do that for the whole board. So so we're working on something early next year where they would come and do that. But really everything's working great as far as water purchases, billing. We started implementing, we did the facility for interconnection with Fallbrook, and so we've worked out kind of the bill transfer with that. So everything's been really smooth.
And you've had some follow-up meetings with the consolidation of the district patches.
Correct. Yes. Well, yeah. Talking about.
I know you had one last week.
That's true. So yeah, that'll be, and we'll probably have some action on that probably at first part of next year. You'll start to see some of those things come through. We're working through some of the technical details on that, but it's moving along. Yeah. So.
Okay. Aqua.
Yeah, several things.
Well, can I go first?
Sure.
Because I went to the region, oh, you were there too. The region 8, 9, and 10 Aqua meeting in November.
Yes.
Yes.
That was excellent.
And I know I'm gonna myrtleize this man's name. I think is it terrible. Kittlinger, which guys, okay. I thought was fascinating. And he gave a whole history of the water world. And I just found it fascinating. And he also went through his thought process of 30-year changes. And I thought that was interesting in water. And the food was good there.
Tell
Okay,
Rick that.
you're next.
Couple things, actually several things, was very fascinating. The very first day was JPIA, and I'm very proud that Rainbow won. Well, first they showed a picture of Carlene and another person that they are the first graduating at the end of this year, right?
Yeah.
We're not the first graduating class, but we were 2 scholarship recipients for the leadership program that the graduation is in January.
Yeah, so that was really cool to see. Anytime they mentioned rainbow, I was just like, I really get my chest out. Yeah, rainbow.
Yeah.
And so that was really cool. I actually took a photo of it and sent it to her immediately and said, congratulations.
And Ahmed was a scholarship recipient for that same program last year.
Ah. Oh. And then we got another award, which is called the HR LaBounty Safety Award. And Robert and Luke got the award, and I don't really know what they did. And then I was telling Carlene about it, so maybe you can enlighten us what they did.
So Robert was nominated for our truck setup for emergency response and how helpful it's been. Robert and Luke have been sort of kind of teaching our methodology and our emergency response processes to other neighboring agency, but he was specifically nominated for the equipment that they have on the trucks and the lighting and everything for emergency response. And Luke was nominated for upgrading our hard hats to the cask hats that really prevent secondary head injuries, because the traditional hard hats that don't have the chin strap, a lot of times when the first impact, the hat gets knocked from your head, and then the second impact is the one that results in a TBI. So so we have ones with chin straps and shade and attachable lights and all of that. So it's an upgrade that's above and beyond what's required, but it's much more functional. So that's what those 2 awards were for.
Cool. And it was I loved it because they said when they announced the winners, they said, please, anyone representative from these agencies, please stand up. So I was, again, very proud that, we won an award, and that was really cool. Also in JPIA, just to give a heads up, I already talked to Robert about it. They were talking about lawsuits, and there was 160 some odd lawsuits already. And the question was brought up about the lawsuits from JPIA. And the lady said something very interesting that's very unusual, that 25% of the lawsuits are from meter boxes that are improperly installed or tripping hazards. And she said that it is a firm up in Los Angeles is filed most of these. So it sounds like it's someone just going around.
Ambulance chaser tripping over a water meter.
She said that she's telling all the agencies, right now they're losing those battles, because she goes, they're finding out there's no documentation of anything of looking at the meter boxes. So she asked the agencies to help them out, defend these lawsuits by at least coming up with something that, you look at them at once a year or something, just come up with something. Because she goes, right now they're losing the battle. And I was talking to Robert, and he goes, yeah, we don't look at those things. So I'm like, okay, well, we may want to do something, since we're getting heads up that there's some firm doing this. I mean, that's really quite a bummer. And then another thing is, I was sitting right next to Hamilton in a class, and this is fascinating. A gentleman named Tim Quinn, he was a big wig in the water, and he retired, but now he's endorsing this product, and it's like, he calls them pods. And maybe you know all about this, but it was fascinating that they're putting these pods in salt water and get fresh water out of them. And it's gonna be like at the fraction of a cost, they believe, of what desal is in Carlsbad. And Patty already knew about, because she's on.
Oh, I love this whole, it,
Yeah.
Ocean Well, if you want to look it up.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. I knew a couple years ago up in Monterey when I heard him speak, but he spoke for longer than Aqua gave him this time. It's just, and they've got through a lot of their permitting, and they actually have a pilot program out of Las Virgenes.
Las Virgenes,
Yeah, and they have these membranes, obviously, that will have to be replaced, but they don't know yet. It could be 2 years or they could last for 6. And they actually call it a water farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Essentially, it uses seawater or deep water pressure to force the salt water through the membranes for desalination. So, it's got everything going, no power requirements. It's 1,000 foot deep in the ocean, so there's no environmental impact. They actually float off the ocean floor by 30 feet, so you're not actually doing anything but putting an anchor on the ground. 1 million gallons a day out of a pod. And your online infrastructure is pumping system to do reverse pumping to flush the membranes so that you don't have to bring the pods up and flush them. And your distribution system. So the footprint on land is
taking the clean water.
yeah, just it's a well. It's literally.
Second stage treat. Literally.
Oh, it's 100%. This is cleaner, as clean as what you get out of Poseidon, but without the energy cost.
And what was amazing, Tim put up a slide that showed ungodly, who knows, there's 40, 50 agencies that they have to go through the permit process.
Yeah.
And I had no idea this, but he said all the hard ones, they've already got approval. And so, it's like, wow, this is.
They're still working with California Coastal Commission because the pipes have to come on shore
Yeah,
through the
that's
coast.
like ridiculous. But I mean, the future looks bright. I mean.
Oh, yeah.
So.
That was one of the most fascinating programs that I saw as well. So, anything else?
Nope, that'd be it.
Okay. Committee workshops, seminars, training? Nothing there. Any request to attend unapproved conferences or meetings? Suggested agenda items for the next regular board
I
meeting?
have some. As y'all know, I really want to look at solar for our district. And I have 2 companies. One, I collected a flyer at our last Aqua meeting, and another one, I can't remember this gentleman's name of his company, but his name is Steve Barron. And I think they're both going to want to have a tour of the whole facility and stuff. So I don't know how to really go about that.
We'll work it out. We've already been in contact with 5 or 6 different.
Have you?
I think one of them on it, White Tuller, I'm looking on the
Yeah.
coming up.
So we'll look up the name there.
Yeah.
And if you have it somewhere else, let us know. Yeah.
Okay, I'll email it to you
We'll
then, Jake.
add them to the list.
One of the things that I got in one of the presentations that might be worth looking at, Chad, is I think it's Tierra Verde.
That's us. That's one of them. I have.
Does an energy audit on SDG&E rates, and they look at your consumption, and basically it's an audit that says you need to be on this time of use versus that time of use to get better rates. You know,
I'm meeting with
so they're seeing savings in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for agents.
What's interesting about them is that, I looked at all their customer listings. So many of our neighboring districts are already with them.
Okay.
I did
So
I did a huge project with Terra Verde and
Did ya?
yeah, a big solar
So
project.
I didn't know why Rainbow wouldn't be on there.
We are scheduled to take a company called Optera around on December 19th. I'm taking them all day to all of our sites. I've already given them our SDG meter information.
Right.
So now they want to go actually see the sites.
Awesome.
So but the
Anyway.
companies.
I don't know whether we've taken advantage of any energy audits like that to see if we can get, just by switching rates, we can save some money. You said you had a couple of items for the agenda. Solar was one.
Well, two companies that I had.
Oh,
I-
okay.
I'll send to Jay.
Obviously the committee is going to be back on.
Yes.
Okay. But there was something else we deferred earlier. It was advisory. Must not have been important.
I think it's all the committee stuff. Yeah.
No, there was something else.
Board meeting schedule.
Yeah, board meeting schedules.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are we gonna do the second week?
I think that's what.
In
we decided,
January?
right? Second Tuesday, 5. I think that was the motion and the thing. So we're,
That can't be the second week, the 6th.
No,
Yeah, that's
the
impossible.
13th.
No.
maybe we should leave the one in January alone because we've got a few things. I mean, we're talking about doing the committee.
Yeah. I think the January one ought to be where it's currently
Bring
scheduled.
bring the
and-
proposed schedule in January
Right.
and we'll go from there. Okay.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Does anyone have that date handy?
27th.
January
Oh, it's,
27th?
no, yeah, original.
Keep the guys.
Yeah.
If there's nothing else, we're adjourned to closed session. Take a 5-minute break. Are you going to be able to hang around, Alfred?
Yes, I sent a message to Clint, let her know we're late.
Let me,
You need to
We're ready. Rainbow Municipal Board of Directors meeting resuming open session from closed session for December 9th, 2022. Legal counsel, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Oh, thank you, President Hamilton. The board met in closed session to discuss 3 items. First, conference with labor negotiators. Second, public employee performance evaluation, general manager. And third, conference with real property negotiators, and there is no reportable action.
Thank you very much. Item number 16, discussion and possible action regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance and for compensation of the general manager, Jacob Wiley. The floor is open for discussion. Basically, we need to determine what his potential pay increase, merit increase, is that what you call it?
Merit increase.
Merit increase and any bonus if possible.
So his contract allows the board the discretion up to
6%.
up to 6% for a merit increase and up to 20,000 for a bonus.
Right.
It's entirely at the board's discretion.
And he's already
Contracts 4%. He already received a COLA of 3%.
3%. Okay. His base pay with COLA and benefits today is at 304. 304
No.
per year, sorry.
No,
304,000.
no. His base pay right now is sorry, I'm looking at it. General manager. I think I don't
275,
275.
948.
948, 66.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's in the first paragraph.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was looking
It
down.
was seemed so obvious to me. I didn't want to say it because obviously
Yeah.
had to be more complicated.
Where did you get that?
First
page
paragraph.
staff report.
Yeah. So that was after his COLA. That's what it brought his
Yeah.
current base pay to,
So that's after the COLA?
after the COLA.
I'm all discombobulated.
So at the bottom of the action letter where it has board options, there's a script if anyone would like to make a motion. And I have kind of a reference there of what the amount would be for all of the different percentages, you know, within that 1% to 6% range.
Colleen, do you happen to have handy? I've kind of been focused a little bit on Fallbrook Public Utilities because it seems to be a close sister agency of ours in many respects. What was Jack Beebe's? What's his annual salary? Not benefits, just straight salary.
Yeah, it's 3 something. Give me one, I can pull it up in just a
Yeah,
second.
just straight salary.
Yeah.
Thought it was, I want to say 304, sticking in my head, but I might have
It's
seen
300,887,
308.
300,887.
Oh, okay.
300.
887.
Okay, so basically 300. Okay.
So essentially 301, rounded off.
Rounded off, yeah. And then, you know, the other agencies that were most similar to ours in all the agencies in San Diego County that I surveyed are in the chart that's in the action letter. So sort of the 290 range is kind of the range for the agencies that are most similar to us and most similar to general manager tenure, staff head count, budget size.
290 or 290 what?
I mean, 290 to 289 to 291, like all of that would be very, very close to what the.
Now, when we talk about these base salaries, does that include the vehicle and all the costs? involved in
No,
that?
that's, no, that's in the total cash compensation. So for these other agencies, the kind of the median total cash compensation is around 328.
For,
Average 320,
for,
including for the other comparator agencies. So that includes their car allowances or the value, of a leased vehicle.
Right.
Their bonuses, their PTO cash outs, all other forms of cash compensation.
And what, for the total package with Jake, what is it?
And Jake's is, it is in here. Jake's is at about 313.
313, and what did you say the others were?
328.
328.
8,000 difference, okay. Then that's kind of like correlates then the 15,000 from the 270 to the 301, right? I mean, was it 279 or 279?
275, 275, 9, so 276.
Okay, we're not that far off.
So if a 5% would bring Jake up to 289, 746. A 6% would bring him to 292, 505.
6% being COLA and
No, that's, he already got the COLA.
COLA,
This would be the total.
but it,
6 for the action that the board takes today.
That'd be total of 9%.
Yeah. Right, it would be 3% COLA plus.
But that would, that number does not
6%.
include any bonus we may give him.
oh, here we go.
That,
Right.
correct. That's base pay only.
Okay. And the bonus is not at this moment, it's not,
The bonus is not PERSable.
okay. So that's.
The base pay is PERSable and the base pay compounds year over year. A bonus is not PERSable and does not compound year over year.
Well, my recommendation would be a 3% merit, which included with the COLA would be 6%, which is in line of what we're trying to negotiate at. And then for the bonus, I'd give him the whole bonus, 20K.
Okay, so I need a board member to read the full motion out loud. So it's clear for the minutes for Therese.
So that's the motion. So it'd be option 2, which I feel,
I'll second it.
Wait,
well, we have to read it.
Can you do it?
no, option 1 is what you just said. You just fill in the blanks.
No, option 2 is fill in the blanks, isn't it?
No, option 1 is fill in the blanks.
I move to authorize the board president to execute an amendment to the general manager's contract to increase base pay according to COLA terms previously negotiated. Oh, it is. Yeah, okay. With the board and Mr. Jake Wiley, the contracted 3% cost of living COLA will bring his base rate, his pay rate to 10,001.
From the right, that's from
No.
a previous board agenda item that the ones from today doesn't.
16.
There you go.
This one here.
You've confused me with
I
too
think
many
that was
things.
September's, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I mean, I was
That's
looking at,
explains
it's
why-
actually 2. Okay.
Are you closing discussion right now and we're gonna go ahead and make this a motion?
Well, I kind of want to know what's the total package with the 3% and the 20, what's the total package?
Would be 284,227.06
Okay.
For base pay.
plus a 20K bonus.
And that would
It would
put
be
him at
304.
304, which is 3,000 more than.
Well, it was just the other general manager's base was that doesn't include whether, his bonus numbers.
So I have to have a motion before we can have discussion. Option 1, I move to authorize the board president to execute an amendment to the general manager's contract to reflect the following compensation change. A 3% merit increase to Mr. Wiley's base pay to bring the annual salary to $284,227.06 beginning
His anniversary date,
Yeah,
on his anniversary date,
September.
yeah, September 24th.
September
Close.
Yeah.
24th, 2025.
Mhm.
And a one-time lump sum discretionary bonus of $20,000 to be paid on the next regular pay date. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Moved by Director Hamilton, seconded by Director Irvine, sorry, brain fart. All those in favor, roll call on this, or do we have to, we can voice vote?
Verbal, all right?
No. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes.
We're done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Appreciate it.
very much. We're done. I'm done.